Hey everybody, it's me Melody. Welcome to my stream. If you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button on your way in. Also, if you're new, subscribe and share on all your platforms. So, before I get into it, um, I just got off of work. Work was kind of draggy today. Oh my God. Time usually flies, but today it went by so slow. I was just ready to come home. I even wanted to take a nap. I was so tired. I wanted to take a nap, get something to eat, relax, and then go live. But, I didn't take a nap, so I'm a little tired, but I didn't let that stop me from streaming. So this may be a short one. I don't think I'm gonna go all night like usual. Probably do a couple of hours, if that. Hi, King Neve. Welcome. Yeah, I don't know if I'm shadow banned or what, but nobody's in here. I don't know if everybody got the notification or not, but share, let people know I'm on. I don't know if somebody else is live right now, but you know, we gotta let people know we on before I get into it. Usually I at least have about 10, 15 people in here so far. So that's how I know. Well, yeah, you're here, Nee. And thank you. I appreciate it. I do appreciate all the support that you guys give me. I really do. So I guess I'll just jump right into it. My topic is sex part of a screening process? The reason why I came up with this topic is because I was watching Basketball Wives. I'm sure everybody know what that show is, but it's very, very ratchet. So one of the ladies told Jennifer she should have intercourse with a man she just met and only been on 2 dates with the guy, literally just 2 dates, to see if she really wanted to take him seriously. And Jennifer actually took her advice. She actually said she had sex with him and it was amazing. So I found it interesting that that was the deal breaker. Like, good sex is what made her, make the decision on whether she should move forward with this relationship or not. Usually, I have no limit. Like, I don't think there's a time limit on when you should have sex with a person. If you really, really like that person, it can be the first night. And I know it sounds a little hoish for me to say that, but I honestly do believe in chemistry, love at first sight. And when I say love at first sight, I don't actually mean falling in love with a person. I just mean the chemistry is so strong. The connection is crazy. And you can't keep yourself off of him. You can't keep your lips off of him. You can't keep your hands off of him, and vice versa. If you're a man, you just can't keep your hands off of her. You can't keep her, you can't keep your tongue from going down her throat. I mean, this is crazy, crazy chemistry. And a lot of people have it. So if you're really, really feeling like that, why not? Why not go for it? You know what I mean? But if you don't want to have sex with somebody and you're only doing it to see if he have good peen or to see if she have good vag, it doesn't make any sense. You might as well just follow your instinct and do it when you're ready. But I have a guest coming today. We have Game Changer. Hi, Game Changer. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good.
So, what is your take on the topic?
Well, you say something interesting. I think that men different than women because women, when it comes to sex, is really hit or miss. Um, no pun intended. It's really just uh, he might have 1 inch or he might have nine. You know,
Right.
he might know what he's doing or he might not. So it's really hit or miss. But for men, I would say most of the time it's reasonably good. Sex
Mm,
is. I mean, I can. I mean, of course, it varies, but I can only think of two that I would classify as bad experiences. So, if we want to have sex with a woman, it's because we want to have sex with her, not because we want to see if the physical attribute is good or not.
mhm, I agree, but you did say when a man meets a woman. Oh, it's really bad feedback, GC. Can you mute up? I don't know if you be having YouTube open or what be going on in your background, but it's always like that. No
No,
matter.
I had to move some things around because I renovated, and ever since then things have been off, and that's because I'm not at my desk and stuff like that. So, like right now, I'm talking to you, and the laptop is right on the carpet floor, so that could be why it's bad feedback.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay, because I'm like, no matter whose camera you're on, Bernard, Chantel's, mine, it always sounds like that. But okay, yeah. So, well, you're right about that, but it also depends on what you want out of the relationship. Like, for instance, if you want a strictly sexual relationship, then yeah, go for it. You know, some people want to be sex slaves. So, I mean, why not? But if you want to, like, a real serious relationship, you know, sex isn't your first priority. There's other things that's more important, like the way he or she treats you, or like if he is financially stable, if he can lead, if he or she is responsible, if she's submissive, if she can cater to you. I mean, there's other things that come before the sex. Do you agree?
No, no, it's pretty damn important for a guy. Everything else is really ancillary to that, meaning that a woman could hit on everything else, and if she is not a sexual woman, um, and if she's not willing to be a sexual woman, then no, she's not. She's not a woman that that particular man would find of value.
Right. But I mean, what about for the woman? Like I was saying, Jennifer from Basketball Wives, like, what do you think about her not wanting to move forward until she sees how good the peen is?
Um, yeah, I mean, I guess it's important to her in particular. You know, I mean, women's desires kind of more dynamic than men in the sense that it varies a lot more from woman to woman
Mhm.
to where with a man it's you know a sex submission sandwich.
Right. So for men, you're saying it's top priority.
Yeah, it's a very high priority, absolutely.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, let me read the super chat before we move on. Thank you so much, Eugene Steele, for the super chat. He says, if you just use sex as a vetting process, you are spiking up your body count. That's a good point. What's your take on that, GC?
Well, it's funny because, and I know that I may people may give me an L for this because I've always been an advocate of like body count isn't really that important. But ever since this Michael B. Jordan situation came up, it kind of put that into perspective. Um, but no, I really, I'll still stick with it. I really don't care too much about a woman's body count. Maybe if it's high, maybe now the reason that she has a particularly high body count, if is it because she's for the streets or what have you. But yeah, I can imagine it would spike up a woman's body count. But guess what? I mean, like if I'm If you got me waiting to fuck and somebody else comes and fuck, then you pretty much lost it. And it's not that I like the new person more, it's just that I like the activity more. So, say a woman wants to make a dude wait a month, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then 2 weeks in it, another woman, equally attractive woman, comes and sleeps with you. Now, next weekend comes up and you have a choice. You have two numbers in your phone. Do you go with the one to where it's guaranteed that at the end something is going to happen, or do you go with the one that maybe something is going to happen afterwards? Like, no matter what you do for fun, like, say if you want to go, um, I don't know, if you want to go to the farmer's market or the flea market or something like that, whatever you plan to do to, take the girl out, you're going to do that, but with one of them, that you're going to have at least sexual fun with. So, yeah, you just keep calling that one, and the other one fades in the background. And she wonders why. She wonders, like, I wonder why this guy isn't calling me back. It's like, it's not personal. It's just that she offered a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with that. I don't think a woman should make a man wait. And I
Yeah.
hear a lot of women say, hey, well, I have a 1 month limit. Like, not limit. What am I trying to say? A 1 month. I
Rule,
can't
like a
remember.
1 month rule.
Rule, right.
Yeah,
But what if she has that sexual urge and desire to do it the third day? You know
that's
what I
it.
mean? Like, you still
Because
gonna
I
wait?
had the sexual desire to do it the first day. Like, the reason that I spoke to you to begin with is because I want to have sex with you. And I'm not talking about you individually. I'm talking about just in general. The reason why I speak to women in the beginning is because I want to have sex with you.
Right. Now you said something interesting. You said that women really typically don't have bad box. Can you explain what
Yeah, I
you
said
meant?
that to you. So, huh?
No, I was saying, can you explain what you meant by that?
Yeah, I've only came across two women whose anatomy was poor. Um, yeah, so I know guys be like, she has trash box, and I guess it varies, but it's a very small variation between woman to woman. It's all pretty much going to be reasonably good, as far as sex goes.
Right.
So, like, I have come across few women to where it was so bad that I didn't want to sleep with her again. Like, when guys say, "Oh no," because I was on Bernard's, um, maybe like 2 weeks ago, and somebody was like, "Oh, you never been with any nine pluses, or you know that they have trash boxes," and I was like, uh, first of all, I've come across very few women with trash boxes, and they were not nine pluses. But I can say definitively that there isn't a correlation between a woman's looks and if her box is trash. Like, I don't even see how that would work. I don't even see how God would make somebody like, oh, if we give you blessed face and body, we're going to trash your box. I don't see that happening. But no, I don't think very few women have boxes to the point where a man don't want to hit it again.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna address that about the pretty women being lazy in the bedroom. The only reason why you guys feel like that is because you're messing with non-attractive women as well and heavy set women. And those women are gonna go hard because that's all they have to offer. They know that the man
Go hard in the
choose the
gym.
blast. Huh?
Go hard in the gym.
Go hard in the what? In the chair.
In the gym.
Oh, in the gym. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Exactly. They don't go hard in the gym though. They go hard in the bedroom because they know that's the only thing they can do that will
Hmm.
make the man stay. Whereas if you're an 8, 9, or 10, you're beautiful. You know you can go out and get any man you want. So you're probably not gonna go as hard as the fat woman or the unattractive woman. That's my theory. What do you think about that?
That works well in theory. However, and this isn't, and I'm gonna keep nines out of it. But like, even if you go from like 6 to 7, like, or 7 to 8, or what have you, or even 5 to 6, I haven't noticed that. I don't think that women consciously rate themselves and then fuck accordingly. Like, in theory, it would make sense, but I don't think women sit there and say, you know something, I'm a 5, so I'm a fuck a little bit harder than a 6. And I also don't, and you're a woman, so you can tell me. I also don't think that a woman says, you know, I'm a 9 and I don't have to fuck them that hard. I don't think that that's actually like, nothing in my personal life has led me to conclude that they rate themselves and then fuck accordingly
Well, that's the
and then
only
try to
thing.
make it different sexually. Like, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But and maybe like on the extreme, 2s and 3s level, they're doing that. But I have to say, I haven't noticed that.
Well, the reason I say that is because I'm always hearing men saying big girls have better box and they give better head. I hear that so much. So the only reason I can think of why, I'm not a man, so I can't say if that's true or not. But the only thing I can come up with is that she knows she's fat and sloppy. She knows she has to compete with these beautiful, slim women. So the only thing she can do is go hard with the head and go hard with the box and change positions and, wiggle her jiggle, jiggle and wiggle her fat, shaking her booty and all that stuff that the slim woman probably don't have a butt as big as her. So men like that.
I can tell you that I don't mess with big girls, so I don't know if they go above and beyond. I will say that slim women wiggle and jiggle and flip and float and shit like that too. Like,
Right. And a big girl can't flip and float. I get what you're saying.
yeah, like I don't I haven't really come across somebody that just see, in order for that theory to work, a woman would have to say definitively in her mind, like, you know something, I want to fuck this guy, but I want to make it trashy. I want to make it as unpleasurable to him. I want to pleasure him in the least pleasurable way possible. That would be weird as hell. Like, I want to suck his dick, but I'm gonna put my teeth in it. Like,
Well, the thing is that I don't think they actually think about it. Whereas with the big girls, they actually think about it. You get what I mean?
I get what you mean, but I'm just saying I don't see regular women making it trashy like on purpose.
No, I get what you're saying. Well, this is just what the men are saying. Like I said, I don't have a penis, so I don't know. I'm just going off what I hear a lot. So
Hmm.
why do you think these men say this, that they have better box and give better head? What's your reason behind it?
Well, excuse me, eating an ice cream sandwich. It's only theory, but it's probably like a coping mechanism.
Mhm.
Like, what you tell yourself in order to feel better about not being able to receive something that you wanted to receive. Now, I get an example. So, and I mentioned this on my show, but it was a long time ago. I'll mention it again. I applied to Amazon as a
Mhm.
developer there. And it's great because the benefits of it, the stock options, oftentimes outweigh the pay, believe it or not.
Mm.
So it's like you're getting two checks, in a sense. Very nice benefits and things like that. So, from what I've read and understood, nobody I went to school with worked there, that I know of, but it's very difficult to get in. But if you're in, then you're in, and it's the shit, from what I understand, right?
Right.
It would be the nine of jobs. However, I didn't qualify. I got dismissed, disqualified at the fourth level of the interview process, right?
Mhm.
And I so when that happened, I kind of told myself the negatives about it, which there are some, and I'm not going to do that because I'm not going to hate on the company, but there are negatives about working there. And for one, I would have to move to a different area in Northern California, but still Northern California. But and really telling myself that helped me cope with the rejection of not being able to work there.
Right.
You know, it really did, and I think that there's some of that going on. Also, I had a couple of loved ones, and I hate to think that I do this, but I do, and maybe others do it too. I had a couple of loved ones pass, and sometimes it helps to remember the worst of them,
Yeah.
and as a way to really not miss them as much or as bad, you know.
Good point.
Because, like, you think of the best of them and it becomes more tragic and it pulls on your heart a little bit more, and then you're reminded about how unfair life is. Um, but then you remember the worst of them, and it's like, that's it helps you cope a little bit. So I'm thinking on a subconscious level, it's a little bit of that going on. I don't think that they're doing it deliberately. I do think that on a subconscious level that you have this 9 plus, and you fuck her and something happens and you can't fuck her again. She doesn't wind up being your sex slave for the rest of your life. So whatever happens, you have to cope with the fact that you recognize that she is an exceptional beauty, and that you won't be fucking her either again, or you won't be fucking her at all, like if this is one that you never fucked with. So you probably tell yourself the worst of things you can about her to cope with that. And
Hmm.
you know one thing you can always is like, oh yeah, but her box was trash anyway. And then I do that shit too. And I do this shit. I used to do this shit a lot. Now it just comes off as immature. Sorry,
Hmm.
but now it just comes off as immature. But what I did was, I used to do that when I got rejected simply from shooting my shot.
Right.
Um, like in my 20s, like I'd meet a chick and pop at her, shoot me down, and then I tell myself I didn't want that. I didn't want that chick anyway. Her pinky toe longer than that toe next to her pinky toe. Fuck that.
Oh
You know.
yeah, a lot of people do that.
Yeah. So I'm
See
thinking
what I'm
it's somewhere along those lines.
right. I do think that too, but why are they
There's
big?
nothing wrong with a big girl that put in work. If she put in work, she wouldn't be big.
That's true, and she's lazy. And I think you said this. That's not wetness. That's sweat,
Yeah, it's what.
and I just don't know how they're saying they have better box. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Well, when they say it to you, it could be on some prove me wrong type shit.
Right.
Like I can see men doing that. They're like, hey, they got better box. No, they don't. Oh, really? Prove me wrong.
Exactly. But you know what else? Most of the men saying it are from the South. So that explains it all right there. Men
Mm.
in the South like bigger chicks. So, I mean, that's what it is. Bronzeberg, here we go again. He said there's nothing wrong with big girls that put in work. Okay, Bronzeberg. The link is in the chat if you would like to come up.
It's
Anybody
funny
want? Go ahead.
because who's that? Who's the brother that say I'm broken dusty on Lapeef? I think it's JB or Jonathan something.
Yeah, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was talking to him in the background of Bernard a few months back, and he's in that area. He's in the South. I think he's from Africa. I think he's African,
Hmm.
and he don't mess with big girls. So it's really, and he follows like two stereotypes of dudes that are supposed to be in the big girl, both Africans and Southern dudes. It's like
Right.
he left a continent where they're in the big girls and went to a region where they're into big girls, and he should just come out in the big girls. But oh, he's Haitian. Okay, so yeah, I think that they prefer him slim too.
Yeah.
I will say this, speaking of Haitian, because you were asking before, about box levels. Um, I have had greater enthusiasm from Haitian girls, and I'm not bragging, but I've sampled internationally. I have greater sexual enthusiasm from that particular, I'll say nation, and this isn't me putting them down. This is me saying that they share an island, but
Right.
for such a half island small population, um, the consistency on sexual eagerness and energy that comes out of those women is spectacular. Is spectacular and best in the world as far as I know. Like I said, to me, the prettiest is Eritrean, but I can tell you the greatest sexual enthusiasm that I've ever received in my life ever, on more than one occasion, is Haitians.
Yeah, you said that a few times, so it must have been really, really good.
Yeah, yeah, relative to women from anywhere else in the world that I've been with, and living in California, you get pretty much a diverse mixture of women. And yeah, I have to say that at the very top is Asian, and at the very bottom is Oriental. But
Right.
yeah,
I've heard that before. Somebody said that Asian women, like Chinese and Japanese, they have the worst box. It might have been you. So I don't know who I heard that from.
yeah, it probably was me. But once again, it doesn't make it bad. I didn't like not fuck them, and nor would I refrain from, excuse me, I not have sex with them, nor would I refrain from having sex with an Oriental woman. No, I mean, no matter what, it's still better than where my penis is right now, and that is hanging down the right side of my pant leg. So, like, it's not trash. I don't, and I really think that it's just more with them. It's a cultural thing, And I don't really say that their box is trash. It's really more like their sexual enthusiasm is lower than all others.
So would you say that's what makes sex trash?
Well, I
Lazy
think that that's
women
what
are
they're
just lazy?
saying. I think that that's what the guys are saying. That sexual enthusiasm makes a woman's box good or bad or something like that. To
Hmm.
me, it doesn't, because I have enthusiasm for both. And since I'm fucking you and you're getting, or excuse me, because I'm sexing you and you're the one getting sexed by me, um, your enthusiasm is really a small percentage of the overall um, uh, experience to me.
Well, Poppy Blanco TV, he said that that's cap. A lot of females be having trash box, knock it off.
Okay.
And then he said, if you outside and active, you will come across with stinky box, loose box, no wall box, and stretch marks box.
Yeah,
So
well,
I
stretch
mean,
mark. I mean, the only okay, yeah, loose that becomes problematic, but I rarely come across loose. I think that that's really a function, often, not always, but that's sometimes a function of a man's um, diameter, more girth, more his girth. But as far as no wall box, yeah, but that's once again that's extremely rare. It's extremely rare for a woman to not have any walls at all. Like, um, yeah, stretch marks, yeah, that's a physical attribute. It doesn't really change the performance. And stinky. Now, stinky is interesting because I only came across one, and I told that story on this very channel. I only came across one truly stinky box.
mm,
And it could be that I'm not as experienced as the person who said that, which is perfectly reasonable. I don't walk into a room full of however many people are watching and say I have the most sexual experience. Or it could be that you just happen to have the most experience with stinky boxes than I do, and that's perfectly natural too.
Right. It's who you're messing with, I think. If you're messing with dirty women, you're going to get that experience of stinky box. If you're messing with 304s, you're going to get that experience of loose box because she's used to so much penis going in and out of her, hitting her walls and spreading them. That's just what it is.
So somebody said, if it's loose, she's letting Big Willie hit it. Listen, here's the thing. Um, it's not just that Big Willie is hitting it; it's just that he's hitting it often in a circular motion. Like it would take a lot to actually loosen it. Keep in mind that there are single mothers with whole babies pulled out of it that
That's
aren't
true.
loose. You know, like so it takes a lot to where the pussy just gave up on retightening. It does. It does. And like I say, some are better than others, but I haven't come across to where it was so loose. The ones I came across that were bad, the two I talked about, is not because of extraordinary looseness.
You also said shallow box. Can you
And that was
explain what
that was my
shallow box?
experience. But I think that she was what's the word I'm looking for? That she had like a rare condition. That's the best way to put it. I think that the two women that I had like that were suffering from a rare condition, and it's not their fault. It doesn't make them bad, but and actually, at least one of them, her enthusiasm was high, but yeah, she had that, so she would be happier with another person, and she did find somebody else. So
Right. Well, I don't know. I've been told. Well, I'm not gonna get into that. That's that's personal. But okay. So if a woman is just laying there, GC, not moaning, not saying anything, just legs open, is that pleasurable to you?
it's not as pleasurable. However, it's not like a huge jump. It's that's most certainly not going to be the determining factor. Um, Typically, yeah, yeah. I'm not going to say what I do to deal with situations like that, but typically, it's not a deal breaker. It's not a major um,
Right.
turn on.
Because most men, a lot of the time during sex, the man is in control.
Hmm. And that's
So
why it's not really, yeah.
exactly. So I
And
don't. I,
and once again, that's why I believe that's my theory at least on why Oriental um, have sex like that because they look at it as this is something that they're doing for you. You're in control. Do it like you want, and basically they're just afraid to get into it because they're worried that that might displease the person, so the man that they're with. So I do understand that they culturally think different.
right. And then also, if she's not being pleasure, and I know you don't believe in female pleasure, woman
No, I
pleasure
don't.
when it comes to sex.
What makes you think I don't believe in it? What the hell?
Not saying that you don't believe in it, but you stated, I believe it was on my channel, that you don't care if the woman is pleased or not. It's all about the man's pleasure. Can you explain that again to those who never heard you say that?
Well, the first part is not true. It's not that I don't care. It's just that it doesn't have a high priority in a sexual encounter. The purpose of the sexual encounter is for me to maximize my pleasure. And the purpose of that should be the purpose for her as well. You know.
Hmm.
So yeah, I do think that in a sexual encounter, my pleasure is of greater, far greater importance than hers.
Right, exactly. All right, so everybody, I'm going to open up my panel now. I have the debate questions. I don't know if anybody want to come up, but if you do, hit the link, and then I have my questions I want to ask you guys. But before they come up, I guess I can start asking you the questions, GC.
Yeah, go
Okay.
for it.
So my first question I have for you is how important is sex in a relationship on a scale from 1 to 10? What would you
Um,
rank it?
I would definitely say a 7-7. As far as weight importance, I would definitely give it a 7.7 out of 10, leaving
Mm-hmm.
only 2.2 to remain. So, meaning that all, even if you hit on all the other stuff, a 2.2 is what you get if you are a sexless woman.
Right. So you can't be in a relationship, like a regular, normal relationship, functioning normally without sex. You can't be with a woman like that.
No, no. Of course, I have female friends, but I wouldn't consider it a relationship of any substance without sex. No.
Okay.
And What happens nowadays is because this happened to me, especially when the internet was young and new, is that a lot of women create online relationships with guys who are far away, and also guys who don't have the money to travel abroad. And by abroad, I mean like from west to east coast. That was true for me in my early 20s. So, it's like, and these were nine pluses, and I never stopped to ask myself, like, why is a nine plus in Michigan, hitting me up in California, like, or Maine or some crap like that? Like, why isn't she just like messing with the local guys? This doesn't. I didn't really think that it doesn't make sense.
Mhm.
And these were chicks who would appear on video, send nudes and everything. And it's come to my conclusion that they just like to talk and they like to be in non-sexual relationships. They know that I'm not going. It costs like $1,500 for a plane ticket. I remember this situation in particular. They know I'm not gonna drop the bread and fly down there, so they could just milk this pseudo relationship for quite some time. So I have been in that. However, during that, I was fucking others. Though I still
Right.
fantasized about the woman on the screen, who probably put a lot of makeup on when she seen me, but and I didn't recognize it. But it's like I fantasized about that, and she made the fantasy seem plausible by long, extended conversations, and I didn't know that she was just getting off on the conversation. So
Right.
I've been in situations like that, but have I been in situations where I seen her pussy all the time and I just spent enormous amount of time waiting to fuck it? No, no, that's madness.
Right. All right. Well, what about you, Poppy? The same question goes for you. How important is sex in a relationship on a scale from 1 to 10?
Yeah, how you doing today?
Hi.
Hey,
Yeah,
Thanks for coming.
oh, anytime, baby. Sex, in my opinion, is like 70% of the relationship, you know.
Okay.
So if you and especially at the beginning, because that's all you're doing at the beginning, when you like
Hmm.
getting to know somebody, trying to get to know what they like, what they don't like, you know, um, and trying to see if you can actually vibe with this person for the long run. But that's kind of hard on today's day because everything is like quick. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we just so pretty much the only thing that most people got in common with each other would be sex, men and women.
Okay. So, GC, how often should a couple have sex? How many
as
times
often
a
as he
day?
wants it. As often as he wants it.
So you're saying whenever the man wants sex, she should give it to him.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't really think it's hers to give anymore. I think that it's his to own. So her perspective should be more in line with that.
Hmm.
You know, like your car don't give you a ride. It you have access to it, and you pretty much ride it when you want to ride it. She should see herself as that.
Right. Yeah, man, GC. What about you, Poppy? Same question to you.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. When you I mean, I don't know if you have a boyfriend or no, but if you have a boyfriend, you develop a routine, you know.
Hmm.
So it's just it should be, you shouldn't have a like a specific amount. You just whenever you are ready to get it in. That's because that's like it says it's like I believe this is my personal opinion. I believe it's the only thing that would keep the relations like a little bit spicy. If you ain't fucking and you ain't going out to eat, you ain't got nothing else in common. It's over.
Right. Okay, so you're saying at least 5 times a week, at least, if you had to
Uh,
say.
I believe it all depends because you got to throw people's ages in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, you got to throw that in there. You got to throw how busy people is. You got to throw that into the equation. You got to throw if his kids around because I got kids. So trust me, when before my kids came, I was getting it all the time. But then goddamn kids came into place. Now you get it in ratios because now you know what I mean. The kids in the bed. You know what I mean. You got to put the kid to sleep at the time. She might be done. She might be tired than
Yeah.
a motherfucker. So
So
and
when
you got to
kids
be like,
come in, I'm sorry,
yeah,
love. Go ahead. You can finish.
yes. So yes, so you got to be all that coming to into consideration.
So you're saying
So
when kids come into play, it's less and less.
oh, it will happen. Trust me. I mean, obviously, I can tell you don't have no kids, but trust me, it will happen to you too. Like if
Right.
you smashing your boyfriend 5 times a week and you have a baby, that 5 times start becoming maybe like one or twice. It's not because your sex drive lower. It's just all the extra stuff you got to do. And most women they start feeling insecure about their bodies after that too. Like
That's true because they gained a little weight. Yeah, I've heard women say that. That
yes.
definitely play a factor. So would you ever get with a woman who says she's religious and she can't have sex until she's married? Let's start with GC.
Yeah, I used to when I was young because that thinking didn't really survive the test of time. So, say you're 20 and she's 19, it's like, yeah, she say that, but it's still worth it. Like she hasn't met the right temptation yet. So I did do that. However, like later, I think I was like maybe like 29, 30, and I met a 27-year-old who was in law school, and she was pretty and stuff, and I was interested, but it was at IHOP, and she told me that she was a virgin. I was like, oh no, f that, because she survived the test of time. Like guys have been trying to stick it in at least 9 years of adulthood, and here's what I mean of adulthood, meaning like she was away from her parents. Typically, girls like that have strict parents. Um, so she was away from her parents, turning down penis for 9 straight years, and which means she had experience. I'm not going to do anything that's that much more seductive or different than the guys who've been trying to smash for the last 9 years. So I just like, hey, look, good luck on your journey of finding Mister. I don't want to fuck you. Like, good luck on that.
So what?
Because
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I mean, I know that it's the likeliness of me marrying her is highly, improbable, and I most certainly am not as religious as her. So, and also, and this ran through my mind too. Even if I was, and she proved to be like a perfect wife factor chick,
Hmm.
like throughout the relationship. What if she's one of those people that withhold the box and say stuff like, until you take out the trash, I'm withholding the box. And me, I will let the entire house fill up with garbage if you try to pull crap like that with me.
I know you would.
However, she can wait 9 years. She can wait 9 years. She has proven that she's capable of waiting 9 years. And yeah, so it'll cause an irreconcilable difference really quick.
Okay, well, thanks for that. What about you, Poppy?
um, that's a that's a very respectable thing. Like if a female is still a virgin in today's day, that's like a that gotta be some a rare breed right there.
Right, but
But
would you wait for her though? Is the question.
no, the way I move is not. Nah, I can't do
No,
it. No, I mean, you just nah. Wait for her, like specifically for what? Like to marry her or to just have sex with her?
to marry her, she's saving herself for you. I mean, to have sex with her. She's saying no sex until I'm married because I'm religious.
Nah, I'm cool. I wouldn't even do that to her because I remember being in high school and I did have sex with like what, like 3 girls that was a virgin.
Hmm.
That's no fun. That ain't fun.
Oh, so you're saying it's no fun because GC told a story on his platform about a virgin. Do you care to tell that story, GC? GC, you there?
Yeah, he don't
I was
want to
saying,
say
yeah,
it.
yeah. So, yeah, this is the
Mhm.
last virgin I'll probably ever be with. I'm in my 40s now, and it's not like women are waiting. It's not like women are saving their virginity until they become legal, and then at that point get with the guy that's in his 40s. That doesn't happen very often, so it's not likely that I'm ever going to have a virgin again. Um, and it's been like that for quite some time. But this one I had when I was 35, so she was a virgin in the sense that she'd never been penetrated by a man.
Was she
So,
on her 30s too?
huh?
Was she on her 30s? How old she was?
She was late 20s.
Okay, late 20s. Okay,
Yeah, which is still a long time in American culture to remain a virgin. But
it's an eternity.
she actually is not into guys. So
Oh,
Yeah, that's different, right?
yeah, that's different. And she was also masculine presenting. So she
yeah.
was more of a butchy type.
I
Um,
already knew.
huh?
Ooh,
I already knew the answer to that one.
What do you mean?
like you
Meaning
didn't even have to say it.
when you said she was a lesbian, I already knew what kind of position she played in the lesbian relationship.
Oh yeah, so she played the dominant position, which was
Yeah,
better for me because my thinking was nobody used a strap on her either.
yeah.
Is
Mhm.
how I viewed that situation. So and yeah, she was curious about men, and she knew that you know, I wouldn't out her or tell people that, and so yeah, that's how that came about. Um, and yeah, like I say, she'd probably be the last virgin I'd ever be with. I can't think of a situation where I'd wind up with a virgin again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
as a
But
grown
how
up,
was it? How
as
was
a
that?
grown
Oh, go
as a
ahead. I'm sorry.
grown as a grown up like this, man, I don't. I mean, like I said, the last time I was with a virgin girl I think I was 18,
Yeah, exactly.
and obviously this is high school days. I took like 3 girls virginity, and yes, I mean it's a beautiful thing because them girls would never forgive you. But it just as a grown up, I don't think it's a you know what I mean. I don't think it's a good deal.
Yeah, it was a good deal in a situation, and it's just something that I needed to do. I wasn't really particularly attracted to her. The virgin thing was an extraordinary selling point because it has been a long time between my high school years and late teens, early 20s to where I've been with a virgin. You know, because it started off, a few girls in high school and stuff like that, and then it progresses to the leftovers who held it out because they had strict parents in your early 20s,
Hmm.
or the introverted personalities, but they're still just like remnants of, they've been meaning to get rid of it in high school. They just didn't have the opportunity. So you get a couple of those, and then there's a huge gap. There's a huge gap in time between that point in my early 20s and 35 to where I had one, and I did it for that reason.
Well,
It
how
was
was it,
beautiful.
GC?
It was actually surprisingly good, orally speaking. She was very talented orally, surprisingly so. It actually made me wonder if she was completely primarily into women. So, or maybe she's just like, she has that in her. Like she thinks about if she had my equipment, what she would want done to it. Like that could go on in her brain a lot. In fact, if I had to guess now, I think about it, that's probably what's going on. She probably fantasized about having my equipment, and by my equipment, I mean just male equipment.
Hmm.
And when she watches movies, she's like, "Ooh, if I had one of those, I would have her do this." And then I come along with the equipment, and she knew exactly what to do.
Right. That makes a
Yeah.
lot of sense.
Yeah, stuffs, they are all about pleasing the other person. They don't care about being pleased themselves.
What you
Exactly.
said just now makes sense, considering that they use the strap. And let's face it, with the strap, they're stimulating somebody else, but they're not necessarily being stimulated. So you're right. There's some.
I got a hunger. I got a hunger. She's a stud. Trust me. She be telling me stories. I'll be dying, bro. I'll be dying when she be telling me stories, bro.
Oh, really?
Like, can you share one of the stories?
Bro, bro. Like,
Oh,
okay.
uh-oh.
Yo, stubs, they are wow. They are like us 1,000 times worse because they be having the strap on, right? So
Hmm.
my stub hunger, she be having her strap on at all times, bro. No cat. To the point that she be humping girls right in her car, right after the club. Like
Crazy.
I'm telling you, son. I'm like, yo, do that really works? She was like, yeah, I do what you do. I'm like, bro, but I'm like a real guy. You a fake guy.
Like, I get the real feeling. You don't get any feeling.
Son. And she
Yeah.
told me, yo, that and listen, one thing I learned about the stub word is if one of the stubs is after your girl, they're gonna take your girl, fam. Because
Yeah.
they all about pleasing that other girl. You cannot be no star pleasing the feminine one. You cannot beat them. A star will eat that coochie for 22 hours, bro.
I heard. I heard about that. I've even heard women say that studs eat better than real men.
Yeah, you see, look what the screen is saying. You see, I know what I be talking about, yo.
No, you're right.
Yo, they are they are vicious, and like I said, they love to please their women, their quote unquote girlfriend. They are
Mhm.
great stepdaddies. You cannot beat a step of being a stepdaddy. They are great.
Yeah, because they're women. They're like mothers and step and fathers at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah, they are great fathers. A 50% father. That's how I call them.
Hmm.
Um, they
You know
are
something?
great please.
I will say this: studs get more 9+s than I do.
That's facts. I see a
They got
lot of them with beautiful women. Hmm.
oh yeah,
I
because
do
the
get
the
jealous
women
of
that
that. Like people say, educated lames, which I guess is my category or whatnot, get jealous of Pookie Ray Ray. That's not necessarily true. In fact, it's not true at all. But I've seen some studs like, damn, and the reason why is because of the deference. Like the deference, where you see a relationship where the woman is like ridiculously prettier than the man is handsome. Uh,
Hmm.
and you say, why? I see that more with studs than I do any men. Like the female femmes tend to be a lot prettier than a guy is handsome. In fact, there's a TV show called All American, and it's about football team, and everybody there is beautiful and handsome and stuff. The whole crew, and a bunch of light skinned chicks and muscle off shirt dudes, right? And then
Hmm.
in the midst of all that, you have this short gremlin looking, Little Wayne beat up sister chick in the middle of it, and she's with this just ridiculously bad chick that's taller than her. it's just like out of this world. It would not make sense in straight man land, unless of course the guy was rich or something.
But you want to know
Mhm.
why though?
Why
The
then?
reason why is because before this is what the stuff's doing, man. Like I know the whole little science how they get down, bro. They are friends before they become, you know what I'm saying, girlfriend and girlfriend. It's not like us, like us men. Us men go for the kill straight up. You know what I mean? Like
This
if I
is
trying to
true.
talk to, like if I trying to talk to Melody, she already know what time it is with me. But
Mhm.
if it is a stub in the middle, the stub gonna play the role. Oh, Melody is my friend, and Melody would never see it coming. So guess what? Melody always talking to her, telling stuff about me. So if the stuff is after Melody, she gonna use that against me. You see what I'm saying? So she was like, "Oh man, Papi, he a piece of shit. He a dirtbag. He a bozo. This and that." At the same time, the story is just gaming Melody. She's
Yeah.
gaming her. Guess what? Let's say me and Melody do our thing, whatever, and we fall off. Where do you think Melody is gonna go crying?
To the
To the
stuff.
stubs, to the stubs shoulder, and she's right there to receive it. And next
And
thing you
then
know,
if they get
Melody
mad,
will be with the stub.
Mhm. Yeah.
and if they get mad like the way the divestors do, like I think that that's yeah, because sometimes women get to a point where they like I'm through with men, and then like oh really? Well, if you're through with men, you know, because it's kind of like they're friend zoned, but they're not actually friend zoned. So, and also the guard is not there. Like a guy walks up to a 9+ and
Yeah.
offers to be her friend, the guard is there, and she either friend zones him indefinitely, or he you know or she don't, but the guard is there. But yeah, I guess with them that guard isn't there, and then they only have to play the waiting game, wait until she feels jilted or something, like you said.
Exactly. That makes a lot of sense. They're more smoother because they're women themselves, so they know what women want, like more than a man would know. It's weird.
Hmm.
Yes.
And that's why I heard they eat better box because they know what they would want if they were getting pleased. So they know the spots and everything to hit and to lick. So yeah, it's weird. It's
And
very,
you know,
very
another
weird.
another thing, girl, they it's crazy, and I don't know if people gonna agree with me, but a lot of girls at some point they go through that gay phase. They use, I mean, through the GA phase. Sorry,
Um,
a
JC,
lot of
what do
them.
you think? GC, can you mute out when other people are talking?
Yeah.
It's kind of a little bit of feedback. No, I'm going to say that's true for most, but like me, I would compliment a woman, tell her she's gorgeous, she's beautiful, but like, damn, she got fat ass, stuff like that. But I never wanted to be with a woman sexually. Like, I like men. I'm into men too much.
Yeah,
But
but my point is like at some point, no, not necessarily you. I'm talking about just in general.
in general, yeah,
A lot, especially they usually hit that stage like around as soon as they finish high school, 19, 20, 1 or 2 years after high school. That phase come around like all the way to like 23, 24, 25. Like they have to be with a guy. I mean, with a stud, and it usually happens after it usually happen after they get their heart quote unquote broken by a guy.
yeah, I have to agree with that. A majority of women, not all, but yeah,
Yes.
I agree. And you see that a lot, even with celebrities. They'll go and they'll be with a woman after they got their heart
You
broken.
know what I
So,
seen that a lot, girl? I
oh,
seen that a lot in your city, in North,
I'm
in
not from
Jersey.
Newark. I'm from New Jersey. Yeah,
Yeah, in Jersey. I mean, but if I say New Jersey, you know what's the main
that a
city
lot.
in North. I seen
How
that
was
over
New
there
Jersey?
in North.
Well, I mean, that's because women are more like men don't get jilted and then say, you know something, I'm gonna suck a penis now. Like we don't do that. Like Johnny Depp, Michael B. Jordan, Brad Pitt, anybody who has recently been effed over by women, something fierce, they never really reach a point where they say, you know something, I'm gonna go full prison. I'm gonna go full prison style out there. We don't say that. But women, yes, they do get so jilted that they say, you know something, I'm pretty much done with penis, and I'm gonna try something new.
Men don't get curious.
No,
That's weird.
that's not weird. That's not weird. It's not weird to not be curious about sucking a penis or whatever the various different forms of stuff that the G hate men do. It's nothing weird about not wanting that.
That's true. You got a point.
You
But
know,
let me.
it,
Okay,
um,
go.
now, woman put it into perspective for me when I was like 18. And she was a little older. She was at Berkeley, and I met her at the Hayward BART station, and we was walking to find a place to have lunch. And I turn and look, and I seen two men dancing. Now, this it's not uncommon to see G stuff, even back then. Um, well, actually, it was pretty uncommon, but amongst men, but still. But what made this even more unusual was that these were not G presenting guys. These were like real rednecky looking white dudes, that with the beards and stuff like that. One of those types, or two of those types. And they were
Mm-hmm.
dancing with each other. It could have been that they were just playing around or some crap like that, right?
Yeah.
But I seen it and I said, "Oh crap, those dudes are G." And she said, "Why? Is there something wrong with that?" And I said to her, I said, "No, I don't really think there's anything wrong with that. However, I prefer that they don't influence my son that way, you
For
know."
real.
Mm-hmm.
And she got real quiet, right? And then she said, "Do you ever want to sleep with two women?" Now, at this time, I had only had a half a threesome, and I told you the story about the half a threesome. And I never had a whole threesome.
Mm-hmm.
So, never actually had a whole threesome at this stage in my life. So, when she said that, my ears perked up, and I said, "Why, yes, I would." So I thought she was offering. And then she hit back with, "What do you expect us to do with each other?" And I was like, "Oh crap." We're putting it in perspective like that.
Wow.
Now, what she said did not change the fact that it's nasty when men do it. And that will always be a fact in my brain. And I understand some people are born a certain way. Listen, I'll let you live. Go ahead and live. Live your life, live your best life, suck your best peen. I don't care about that. However, I'm gonna think it's just nasty.
Yeah, I agree with you. It is kind of weird,
When
you
men do
know,
it.
when men do it. And I have a couple of questions too. One of the questions was, would you have a threesome if your wife wanted to bring in a man? Let's start with you, Poppy, this time. But you don't have
Hell
to.
no.
But you
What
don't
the
have
hell?
to. You don't have to. Just like with a woman threesome, with two women and a man, you don't have to touch the other woman. So what if you didn't have to touch the other man? Like if you wanted to spice up your relationship, and she's like, "Okay, babe, I got somebody, another man." Would you be okay with that, Poppy?
That sounds like the wrong kind of spicing right there, if you ask me. That's a trend, baby. That's not a threesome. Yeah, I need people to understand this. Two guys and a woman is a train, okay? Two girls
Hmm.
and a guy is a threesome. We are
These
not
words
the
are true.
same. We don't play by the
These,
same
these words are
rules.
true. Yes.
So you agree with
So
that, TC?
I agree with the train concepts. Absolutely. It is not the same thing. Women don't get to have threesomes. They get trains ran on them. Absolutely. I definitely agree with that.
Right. Okay, so that's a no. That's a hell
no,
no.
Oh
I
no,
mean, like
now your question,
I
yes,
have like
that's most
personally,
certainly a no.
I had a few threesomes in my life, but we talk about a wife. Uh, I don't think so, man. You know what I mean? I had a lot. Let me see. I had about 9 threesomes in my lifetime. But all of them were like crazy. None of them were my girlfriend, nothing like that. It just happens. I just happened to be at the right place, I guess. Um,
Oh,
yes, but with a girlfriend, I did like once, yeah. But the rest, it just developed into that. You know, people having a threesome is pretty hard, yo. If you're trying to put it together, to put together two females that like each other, man, that's why I always let the girls put it together.
And it's difficult to be the center of attention, which is what I want. Like, in addition to putting it together, you're right, they have to have a certain level of compatibility, but
Mhm.
also they can't be overly compatible with others because sometimes they just use you as background penis. And I hate that. It's worse than regular one-on-one sex. To
oh.
where they're doing their thing and every now and again they say, okay, okay, we need some penis, put it here. That sucks. That sucks.
But that depends on the man, though. That's it's all because you're the quarterback. You're the one who,
You
you're
would
the
think so,
quarterback. You're
right?
the point guard.
You would think so, but you're okay. So here's the thing: when you get one of these study bitches, and it all depends on who the most feminine woman chooses to submit to.
Mhm.
And if she see the study chick as the more dominant figure, then that makes you the secondary dominant figure in the threesome, and that is the worst position to be
I
in
mean,
my opinion.
from the experience that I got, I have always been the center of the
That's
whole thing
good.
because I'm the only one with a dick in there. So um, there is
I have had
nothing.
experiences where I wasn't. And to be perfectly frank, I just want to step out and leave. Like
So
I've been in
so
situations where they have been like a unspoken power struggle during the encounter. So let me ask you this, Blanco. Have you been in this situation where they knew each other well, or have it all been where you introduced the two of them?
half of them they already knew because it probably was a situation that we was out and I was already talking to one of them and I started long stroking her. Next thing you know, I told her, go get your friend. She went and
Hmm.
got her friend from the living room. And we got it in type of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, and so half of the time they knew each other well. The other half they didn't know each other like that.
Okay, so the situations for me, the ones that I've described that are bad, are situations where they knew each other, they've been together several times, they developed their chemistry,
Okay.
and they needed a third. These are not favorable threesomes,
Mm. I
Mm.
unless
get
they're
what you're saying. Because
unless
they leave you out. It's like they have sex with each other and they leave you out.
well, you're
Pretty
just a
much.
new thing that's adding to their already established thing.
I get what you're saying. I
So they
get
were
it.
like they. So what I'm understanding from you is like they be messing with each other. We had a man being present type of thing.
Yeah, yeah, that's
Like,
exactly what I mean.
all right. Mm. So like two lesbian in a way.
That's exactly what I'm referring to. Yes, those are not pleasurable experience. Now, two regular women experimenting with each other and their only connection or their primary connection to sex is you, absolutely, that is spectacular. And I think that that's what most of your experiences were.
Hmm. Yeah, it's
Those are
just
the
like
good ones. I'm just saying that there's a bad side to it sometimes, fellas. And the situation I described, especially if one of them is a stud, are not the good ones. They're not the good ones.
no, I never had a threesome where it was involved with it with the stuff
Yeah.
there though.
It
But the
wasn't
thing,
It
me
wasn't stud
personally,
stud like the woman that, the
yeah,
last virgin I've been with, but it was more like you could tell that she was the more boy person in the
okay,
relationship.
I get your point.
Yeah.
Like the way I look at it is yes. For example, like I'm having a threesome with this two girl, and we going heavy, you know. I come whatever. Sometime those two girls continue. just going with each other. I ain't gonna lie to you. I sit back and watch. It's,
Hmm.
there is nothing better than watching two beautiful girls going at each other.
Yeah, no, it's a good thing to watch afterwards or even
Oh yeah,
before, but when you know you're gonna get into there. But yeah, I do agree with that. And that's why when she said what she said, in Hayward, it resonated with me. Like, ooh, that's when my ears perked up, my young ears perked up.
hmm
It makes sense. Well, you guys are freaks having threesomes. Look at that. I've never had one. That's crazy.
you will soon.
I'm not into that. All right, let me ask you this. Do you think having threesomes to spice it up in the bedroom is needed if the sex sucks? Like, let's say you and your wife or your girlfriend it's not there. Would you go and get another woman to spice it up, or would you just leave her out and have a side piece?
I'm gonna be honest. I think, at least for me, a woman should welcome the threesome conversation. They should look at it a little bit differently, and that's because what it means for me is that something, I have reached a certain level in the relationship with this woman. However, I'm pulling back because I'm considering, like, this is going to be the woman in my life, and now I'm thinking I'm only going to have sex with one woman, you know.
Hmm.
And as a countermeasure to that, to offset that, I'll ask for threesomes. Like, like, hey, I'm really digging this girl. I like everything about her. I want her to be, my primary chick for a very long period of time. But do I really want to just have sex with one woman? So I've had that conversation in my brain, Melody. If we reach that point, and the next question is, will you mitigate with that with me? Would you make me feel comfortable, and knowing that that's not necessarily the case? So yeah, that conversation for me comes at that point in a relationship. Sometimes I just want a threesome.
Okay. Well, good answer. How about you, Poppy? And then we're gonna go with Jalen.
Okay. It's funny because in my childhood I did a little string, and the name of the string was "Every great man should have a side piece."
Okay.
I got a lot of I got a lot of hate for it.
Really?
Because they're always gonna be like, "What about the woman?" I'm like, "Man, we don't play by the same rules, man. Like, stop it."
That's
Um,
true. So
it's
you would
just
go get a side piece if the sex sucked with your girlfriend or wife.
if the sex so with your girlfriend or with your wife, that relationship is over. It's over. It is completely over. You might as well grab it, pack up your stuff. I mean, it's no. Let me take that back, because if you have mortgages, houses, and bank account, that becomes a little bit more complicated. So
Right, that's what I mean. What if everything else is perfect except for the sex? Do you get a side piece to please you, or
if
what do you
the
do?
thing is, that's a two-part answer. Obviously, every man will love. Will Most men? I don't want to say every man. Most men, like the majority of men, will want to have a side piece. I don't care who they are. I know they could sit over here on these social media networks and lie to people and stuff like that. But if they have a chance, they will have a side piece. But if that answer will become complicated, because we talk, if me and you together and our sex suck, but we got stuff together. We got like a little business together, 401k and all that stuff. That
Hmm.
becomes complicated. You know what I mean? And the
Yeah.
way that the law is, I'm the one who's gonna suffer. You ain't. You gonna put me in child support. You're gonna. It depends on the state that we are. There's gonna be alimony attached to that. So most men gonna just take the cheap route and just be like, man, I'm gonna just go mess with homegirl over here, and hopefully the wife doesn't find out.
Hmm.
So at that point, yes, I will go get me a side piece, yes, so I can keep my money.
Okay, interesting. Well, how about you, Jalen? If the sex sucks in a relationship, would you want to bring another woman into the relationship for a threesome, or would you just like leave that alone and go get you a side piece?
I'll just leave it alone, man. But I didn't have sex with a woman long time ago, Melanie.
You just did it one time?
No, I never had sex with a woman.
Ever?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay. No, no.
When you do, how would you answer her question?
He wouldn't know that though, so it's pointless for him to answer it.
You
No,
don't
I
know
mean
anything.
her original question as far as making the guys wait and things like that. Like, or put it like this: if and when you do a woman lose points or credits? Um, if she gives it up too soon.
Mm, well,
Stuck in jail.
no, I don't even know. Game changer. I don't even know.
All right, let me ask you this. Um, if you don't mind, how old are you?
I'm 27.
27, okay. So are you saving yourself for the right woman, or you just haven't come across anyone to have sex with?
I never came across with a woman before. Melanie.
Oh, well, I mean, well,
Long time ago, I didn't.
okay. So if you found the right one, would you want to have sex with her right away, or would you want to wait until you guys are in a relationship, married?
I'll just have to wait. I ain't trying to catch no sexual transmitted disease or try to get a girl pregnant. Sorry, I can't.
Good. No, no, that's good. What you, what you say?
That would be extraordinarily unfortunate to wait a long time for your first time and have your first time burn you.
For real.
Uh,
Oh, that would suck.
It's
Yeah.
everywhere though.
It is. It is. I didn't really think about that during my first time. And I'm not talking about like I didn't think about STDs because of course this was in the 90s and the three letters was really out there. However, I didn't think about the major ones, but I didn't really think about the minor ones, the ones that you could catch even with the condom. You could still get burned with a condom. You could still get the hurt with the condom. I did not think about that, and I guess I should have been.
Mm-hmm.
oh
Well,
shit.
you're smart. You're smart thinking about things like that. And you know what? I'm happy. I'm proud of you for not just having sex with just anybody.
Now, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Jalen. So you get a real hot one, right? You get a real attractive 9+ chick, and she says that. Well, actually, I'll tell you the story about how my friend lost his virginity in LA. He lost his to a woman, and I say woman, a woman in her early 20s, even though he's like 13, 14, who had a group of guys, a group of young men who were lined up to lose their V card to her.
Ew. Wait a minute. She was in her 20s having sex with 14-year-olds?
And I get the feeling from how he told the story that she's
Yeah.
What
been
the
doing that since she was
what the
14.
fuck?
I get the feeling that she just have a thing for V's, right?
Okay, that's disgusting.
It's not good.
It's some
Jalen,
white people stuff.
well, she's black, and so is he.
Oh Jesus Christ. Can't even tell
Oh,
no more.
man.
But
No comment, sir. No comment.
so, well, you haven't heard the question yet. Would you lose it to her?
Psh, unless I wear a condom. Game changer.
They wore condoms too, so you would lose it. If she was passing out flyers saying, hey, come through. If this is your first come through, you would partake in that.
Nah, Jalen, don't do that. Don't do that, man. Don't do
Oh
that.
no, 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 no game. No.
That's good. Don't do that. Wait till you're married because you waited this long. You're 27 years old. So you might as well just wait for marriage. I'm being honest.
Honestly, I'm gonna say this, man, and people might not believe me, but I wish I would have done what Jalen did and saved myself until I got married.
I agree with that.
Yeah. I think
I
we
agree
all
with that.
do.
I don't agree with
Why is
the
that?
whole marriage part, but I do wish that I had I do wish that I can experience the early, my first five again. You know, like there's nothing really like I remember the first pair of nice titties I seen, and after that it's all been downhill. You've seen them one, you've seen them all. Like it's just been like less and less enthusiasm. I wish I could recapture some of that back. Um, that has gone away because of experience.
All right, so cool, cool. All right, so somebody asked me why is that? Or is that person talking to me?
Yeah, yes. Why?
Yeah.
Why do you feel that way?
All right, so okay, so because all right, if someone will ask me what's my body count, I literally will not know.
Yeah, most men, most of us, we don't know.
This is unfortunate. This is how much bodies I've had.
Yeah, after 30, we don't count no more. You just
Dog, I lost count before I got to 30.
Well, I mean, when you think about it,
So I look back and I'm like, God damn, I've been such a whore. I mean, oh, so Melody, she's shocked. She's like shocked.
No, I'm not shocked, but it's different for women. Like we count. And
yeah,
even the
because y'all
whores,
write it,
even though
y'all write it
even
on
though
your
whores write
diary.
it right, even the whores write it down. Like she can have like 50 bodies, but guess what? They're gonna be written down.
how do you
So
count? Like, because there's a lot of things that you don't know if you count. Like sometimes I don't finish. Does that count? Like, or sometimes you finish twice. Does that count as two? Like sometimes do you count like the quickies, like the 45-second pump
Yes,
where you have to go to work? Like
yes.
we
so
count
If
the
the dick
quickies
go
too.
inside, if the dick go inside, that counts. It don't matter. It's a body. 3 strokes count as a body.
okay.
But I don't think how many times you had sex if you count and how many women you've been with. So if you had one woman a million times, is that
That's
one?
one body. Yeah, that's one
Right,
body. Yeah.
that's one
Talk
body.
about you can take one stroke with 1,000 women. That's 1,000 bodies. That's how it is.
Yeah, that's
Zone said just the tip counted. Yeah, like there's certain like misadventures or half adventures or stuff like that that but I did stop counting before 30, just like Wacky.
true.
Uh-huh. That's high
Yeah.
school right there.
Yeah, it is.
So do you guys think you had over 100 bodies?
It's not very close. Like I say, I stopped counting. Um, actually, well, I'm not gonna say my count, but I'll just say I stopped counting. It's 30 plus.
I'll just tell Melody that I declined to answer that question.
Yeah, I should have led with that, but
But
yeah.
it's different for men. It's okay for men. It's not okay for women. That's the thing.
I mean, to me, it's not okay for either or to have a lot of bodies because at the end of the day, uh, sexually transmitted diseases or infections can
Yeah,
affect both genders, and both genders can die from for it. But
right.
I get it that on a social level, it's when females have a lot of sexual partners, it's looked down on. It is viewed more so as being negative, but on a biological aspect, it affects both people the same as far as mentally on a mental level. It affects both people the same as far as getting infected, like I said before. And thank God I don't have any children. Well,
Yeah, I was
not that
gonna
I
say
know
it
of, but
affects women worse when it comes to the children because women make the choice on whether or not they're gonna give birth. And then she has to count the bodies that she got from abortions. Oh my God, there's women out here with 10 bodies that they killed, having abortion. So
good
I
Lord,
know a few of those.
Damn,
damn.
Melody, I didn't even. like put that part together.
That's
You,
crazy,
there
man.
are. I literally know 3 women who've had over 10 abortions. And I'm
Damn,
like,
wait.
yeah, what is it?
She literally
Wait,
put.
whoa, what?
Yeah, like I know because I took her twice and I felt bad. Like I felt like I was helping, I was an accomplice
Right.
in murder
Conspiracy.
I tell those people
because I
don't
took
bring me
her.
back
Man, what
to
kind of
second
shit
garage.
is that, man?
Yeah, you're literally murdering a human being.
You were an accomplice, Melody. I don't take people to that. And I had to tell the homie that. Like, don't ask me to do no crap like that. And then he went to an a-hole doctor, and he tried to tell me the horror story and try to make me feel bad. I don't feel bad about that crap. You know, he wanted me to. It's like a 45-minute drive to Pleasanton where he wanted to go, but instead he had to go to the clinic in Oakland. I don't care. I don't want to have anything to do with that crap.
Yeah, but Zone, listen, people use condoms, but things happen. The condom can slip off, the condom can pop.
Not
Things
twice.
can
Not
happen.
twice. Your friend likes it raw.
That's
Yeah,
not okay.
she likes to get cream pie. That's all.
No,
That-
lightning don't strike twice. Your friend likes it raw, Melody. You don't win the lottery twice.
Ew.
And then oh God. And they
Ooh,
probably
baby, she
send this.
likes it raw. Yeah, baby, she likes it raw.
Okay. And it's probably like a
Ugh,
whole bunch
bro.
of
No,
different
no, no.
men.
J-Lock, condoms break. I rarely had a condom break. They're not made to break. Stop, don't say it like it's something that happens, like every 100th time. No. Condoms is for a condom break is extraordinarily rare.
I mean, but they do happen. They don't happen all the time.
They
They
do
do
happen,
happen.
but I mean, it would have to happen. Like, okay, so it happened to
I had
me.
a few
It
condom
happened to me a
breaks.
few times, and never did it happen, and I didn't know it happened during the process, and also, it didn't happen while at the exact same time of ejaculation. Like, for all the stars to align like that is ridiculously, improbable.
I wouldn't say improbable because even even on the condom wrapper it says that it's not 100% guaranteed to
No, it's like
avoid STDs because
99.3.
something like that. But it still happens. Let's just keep it
Okay.
real, especially when let's just understand that we're talking about a group of people, black people, like let's take black people, right? Or let's just take American people. There's a lot of Americans who are not even educated on how to even properly put on a condom. And when that happens, that can increase the chance of condom breaking or slipping off. You know what I'm
That's true.
saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
Now,
true.
I disagree. I
now,
disagree with you,
No,
man,
no,
because
Wacky, come on, bro.
because
Come
we
on,
work
bro. Like,
everybody.
it's not. Hold on, right quick, Poppy, please.
Go ahead.
It's not rocket science. It's not.
Bingo.
It's kind of like screwing in a light bulb, and you're that jackass who is sitting in the
bro,
dark because you don't know how to screw on a light bulb. It's not
bro,
that damn complicated. The
game changer. I agree it's not that complicated, but what may not be complicated to you and I can be complicated to the next person. I'm just
it's
saying
very
that
complicated to all not
there
retarded people.
game changer. There are people who are not that bright when it comes to properly putting on a condom. There are people out there, game changer. They are. I'm just saying that exists.
I get it. Okay.
The
Okay.
reason I
Well,
say I
then it
disagree
would
with
take
you
two.
though
It would
is
take two. It would take for you and her to be condom illiterate, and then for that to happen. And at that point, then perhaps y'all shouldn't be having kids because that's some real dim stuff. But generally speaking, J Lock, they don't break like that. I can tell you, like they don't break like that.
they break
Listen,
though.
they do break.
Yeah, they
No,
break.
but listen,
I had a
listen.
few of those.
99.3, which means that if you have sex 1,000 times, there's 7 of the times the condom would be ineffective. 7
No, no, no,
out
no,
of
no.
a
That's for the
thousand.
pregnancy. That's not for the breaking part though.
And no, no, that's for the condom not failing, and that's for the condom failing. And then there's the probability that it just so happened that 7 out of 1,000 times just so happens on her ovulation day. It's ridiculously improbable.
But you're gonna say that's improbable. But you said that men should throw their condoms out because a woman might take the condom and put the sperm back into them. You think that's probable,
Yes.
but
I
not the
think it's more,
condom breaker.
I think that more than
Good
seven
point,
out of
Melody.
1,000. I think that more than 7 out of 1,000 chicks are capable of doing some nasty crap like that, Melody. Yes, I do. And I also run
Didn't
the
that happen to
water in
Drake?
it. Huh?
Didn't that happen to Drake?
Oh yeah. And I'm not Drake. Listen, if I'm worried, I know people like Drake is worried. I bet you Drake keep it in his pocket and walk out with it. I'm
See, I
willing to
would even
bet
take it
that
off.
Just
yeah.
flush it down the toilet. That's it. Go to the bathroom, flush it.
No,
For
well, I
real.
run water in it just so she can't come back and say, "Oh, the condom didn't work." I'm like, "No, it's 99.3%. You telling me it didn't work and that baby is mine?" I run the water in it just for that eventuality, just so I could say, "Nah, bitch, I ran the water in it, and I know that there was no leaks in it."
I mean, why don't you do the good old flush toilet thing? That works. That's good
Right.
enough, right
Old fashioned,
Okay,
right?
and let me and,
No, no,
let
I
me give
do that.
another
Listen,
factor.
Here's the process.
Hold,
I run the
hold on for a
water.
minute, Genji. Hold on for a minute. I'm sorry, Genji. Hold on. Let me give another factor as far as condoms breaking. When people put on a condom that's expired, and some people do that. I'm telling you, there are people who are not the brightest people in the world. They're not the brightest light bulb in the world, and they put on a condom that's expired. You know what I'm saying? And when you do
I
that, you
do.
increase your chances of a condom breaking. You know?
Do
Now,
you know
condoms
how
But
have
go
a
ahead.
hard,
large
how
lifespan.
impossible that thing is, bro? Because
Well,
when you buy a condom, that thing expires like 17 years later.
yeah, exactly.
17 years?
Well, and
Maybe more
I
No,
like
they
thought it was
say
like
2 or
5.
7.
3 years. I'll say
Like
like 2 or
7.
3 years. 17?
No, no, 7. I say 7, bro. Next time you
Oh,
buy some Mac,
7.
watch the expiration date, dog.
Well, yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
I mean, yeah,
I think it's
it's
like
a.
3 to 5.
Go
Yeah, I
ahead. I'm
think
sorry.
Zone is right, but even still, in order for that to happen, it would have to be like the condom that fell underneath the back of the bed or something, and then
Yeah,
you run out and you just say, "Ooh, look at this old ass condom in the back of the bed," and you put that on, and yeah, but that's just weird. That's like, why are you using that kid and play condom?
Kid and play condom.
I think is how your stroke is. That's where the condom break. It happened to me before, so I know it can happen. And it's not just one. It
Yeah,
happened like, you know what I mean? Like, let's say out of 100 sections, maybe it's gonna happen at least 8, 9 times, maybe. It happens, bro. If you walling on that thing, boy, that thing might break.
Yeah, I agree. If he's going too rough, or maybe she's riding it hard.
No,
It
it
can,
slips off. That can happen, but no,
But the
that's
men
bad
know when
Melody,
too.
it's broken. The men would know. And I mean, I'll take that back. The men and women would know because it's gonna feel different. She gonna
yeah,
know, and you obviously the man gonna know.
and sometimes it even make a sound. Like, I mean, for a baby to be born through a broken condom, it would have to like break and he not hear or feel it, or it breaks like right at the time of ejaculation. That's just like, and she's ovulating. Like, for all those stars to align is ridiculous. Like,
Well,
your friend wasn't using condoms, Melody. She's
that's what
just
you got.
lying.
That's what you got. That plan B, man. That's the eraser right there.
Fortunately, it's never come to that for me.
Yeah, that's the ultimate eraser right there. Plan B pills.
Hello?
You just gotta
Fortunately,
keep on
Uh,
taking.
it's never come to that for me. But
yeah.
and that's because they don't break.
No, they break, you see. They do. It happens.
I,
Yeah, I don't got no
you,
problem spending that $47 for that plan B. Like,
It
hey, let's go.
rarely breaks. You telling me that
you
you
know
had a
what?
bunch of break-ins, Melody?
I put a link in the private chat that speak about the topic we're talking about. How improper condom usage increase the chances of condom breakage, and it happens. It tends to happens more than we think it does.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
I don't know the stats. I'm just saying I haven't had many break on me.
How do we even know that the stats are correct? There's probably people just lying just to trying to like get off of child support or something like that.
Okay, then you're gonna. Okay, then you can't just assume that. You're gonna have to prove that. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
No, I'm talking about you know how motherfuckers be lying and shit. Like, hey man, I used a condom, man. He broke it. That ain't my baby.
No, but and GC, what something GC said is correct. It broke on me before when I first got in a relationship with my ex. It broke, and he felt it. He knew it broke. He said,
Every man
"Oh,
knows.
it felt yeah, it felt too good." So of course he's gonna stop. Like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Now if he keeps going and get her pregnant, that's on him because he knew. You know what I mean?
And
Well,
And I
she has
got
the right
you
to
and
say
just go
stop.
to
It's
Walgreens
on
real
both,
quick,
but
get
still.
you that
Man.
pill.
exactly, Melody. In that situation, it'll
Right.
be on you too. It'll be on both of y'all.
I don't blame you.
Um,
And
oh,
whoever get to hear this, man, this is a public service announcement, man. The condom break, take that walk to Walgreens or CVS, man. Get pay that $47 for that pill, boy. It's gonna
that
save you
plan B.
18. Yeah, it's gonna save you 18 years of hell.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this. It hasn't come to that point. Right now, I say I'm against it. However, I'm not in that situation. So, if I find myself in a situation with a drought chick, and yeah, I might change my tune. But for right now, I will take the pseudo moral high ground and say, nah, I'm not gonna do that crap. But it's like one of those things that you say until you're in that situation.
Do what exactly?
Plan B.
I mean, that's like a women's being on birth control. Isn't that much difference?
I don't think so. I think that it's a different moral line to cross than just a standard condom. I do, however, once again, I haven't been in that situation. My tune might change when I wake up next to something like, "Oh, I can't believe I did that," and then I look and I say, "I can't believe I did that without anything." Like if I find myself in that situation, I might change my tune. But until
You're
then,
thinking too
I'm going
much,
to say
game changer.
hold on, right
You're
quick.
thinking it.
I'm gonna pretend like I'm the morally superior person because I haven't been in that situation. I'm gonna do that. Go for it.
Okay, you're thinking a little bit too hard. I'm gonna tell you why. Because if you messing with whatever girl, right? And she's on birth control already, might be the IUD, the shot, whatever, right? Pills, whatever. And your condom break, and you shoot your load. You know what I mean? You in there. She gonna be good because she's on birth control. It's not that much different from the Plan B pill, bro.
No, no, no. Once it
It's the
touches the
same
egg,
thing.
once a
Because
swimmer touches the orb, I consider it you're crossing a different line, in my opinion. Now, once
no, I'm gonna tell
again,
you why you thinking it too
ah,
much, bro. Because it's the those women haven't touched anything. This is pre. It gets there anyway. This is you got it. You know how the Plan B work,
oh,
right?
see, I
You got
didn't
to
know
do it in
that.
the first 20,
Wait,
20
wait, 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 wait,
24,
wait,
48
wait,
hours.
wait, 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 Blanco. I didn't know that. Okay, if that's the see, I haven't reached that part. So if that's the case, then you're right.
Yeah.
Right quick. Let me right. What I thought is that if the condom breaks and she wakes up and she has morning sickness or some crap like that, because the sperm touched the egg, then I'm like, okay, it's too late. That's my thing. However, if you just say because the condom broke and you're better safe than sorry, then yeah, that is a different moral line.
No, it is
I
different. I'm
think
telling you
GC's
because
talking
you have to
about.
take the pill on 24 between 24 and 48 hours, and the sperm live inside a woman for like if I am mistaken between 3 and 5 days.
All right, fair enough. I
Yeah,
think
because
Lucky wants to say, oh, go for it.
GC, you're talking about the abortion pill. That's different.
That's what I'm
That's
talking
what
about.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you're thinking about. Plan B
That's
is
Because
2 months.
once again, I
yeah.
don't do. I don't know because um the condom don't break on me. So that's that. Like it don't come up.
But can I say one thing? Like, let's say this. Let's say if we just culturally, let's say if we culturally start all over and start from scratch and go back to the aspect of not having sex until we get married. Like, let's just say if we do that as a people, imagine the type of results that we'll get. We'll get less out of wedlock households, less spread of, sexually transmitted infections and what have you. And we'll have less whores and whoremongers amongst our people. Think about that. I think about that sometimes. Because if you really want to break it down, because in this space, we talk about, a lot of people talk about, reestablishing the black family, reestablishing this. Okay. In order for one way for that to be possible, to reestablish a so-called black family, or just reestablishing a positive family structure in America, one way or another, we're going to have to put an end on this casual sex culture. What do you guys think about that? Agree or disagree?
I
Agree.
agree, but
Agree.
it would be I don't want to say hypocritical. I will say it will be a hard sell, or it I don't know what the word is, but essentially what it would be saying right now at this stage would be for me as a person who participated in the whole down with OPP um, culture of the time, to look at the next generation and tell them not to, tell them to be better in a way that I wasn't. It will be a little bit hypocritical for me to do that, but I do understand the necessity of such a thing.
Yeah. Uh, I do agree with Game Changer. It would be a hard sell. Yes, it would be a hard sell. It's
Yeah,
not something that it would happen easily, or it's not something that everybody will easily accept. But I would not think that it would be hypocritical for Game Changer. Let's say I'll just take what Game Changer just said as far as him telling the next generation, do not do what he did. I don't think it would be hypocritical on his part. I think that him probably seeing the outcome of it, he don't want the next generation to suffer that same outcome. So he'll tell the next generation, listen, I did this and this is what happened. If you don't want to go through that, then don't do what I did. I don't think that would be hypocritical if you do that. But yeah, but
Yeah,
initially, your initial statement, Game Changer, I 100% agree. It would be a hard sell for people to be all or succumb all aboard with that. But
exactly.
it won't be a hard
But I
sell.
mean, Jalen's route, and then you got to convince both sides. You got to convince the women as well as the young men. Because now you have to convince somebody to get with a person like Jalen, see the virtues of waiting in him, and move forward in that regard with intention.
Let me ask Jalen a question. You there, Jalen?
I'm here. I'm here.
Are you afraid um, of, I don't want to be so blunt, a vagina?
I never seen a
Like,
vagina before, Mela. I mean,
you,
Melanie. I'm
ne-
sorry.
you never saw a vagina? Oh, you watch porn?
No, no, I didn't.
Melody, are you asking in the sense that is he worried about his performance? Because I don't think that there's
Yes,
anything particularly frightening about it.
that's what I meant. Like, are you worried that you're not gonna do it right, or you just really truly don't want to have sex until you're married?
Um, no, Melanie. I never seen a vagina before. Never did.
Okay.
so Jalen, I have a question for you. Do you consider yourself to be MGTOW?
I'm claiming, I'm carrying myself to be yeah, probably Midtown or and Manosphere. No, I'm considering myself as Manosphere, bro.
What's a midterm,
Oh,
bro?
okay.
I'm new to these terminologies.
Man, I was
Oh,
talking
okay.
to man.
What that means?
Now, Jalen, it's interesting that you said that you never seen it. You never like watched a pornographic movie, or you never been curious enough to watch a pornographic movie.
I never watched it before. Game Changer. I never did.
Were I your age? Because for me, at my age, I actually had to sneak into my dad's stash. I shit you not. when I was a kid. Um, I would just assume that with the internet and everything, and it's free and all that good stuff, and you're not limited to whatever your dad had on VHS. I would just assume that you. Well, I shouldn't assume stuff. Let's just leave it there. I shouldn't assume stuff because you probably don't want to tempt yourself.
I mean, Jalen, are you sure you ain't trolling us, man?
I don't
I'm
think
not.
he's trolling.
I'm not trolling.
Nah,
That's funny to me,
he,
man.
he, he,
That's
he really is. He is a virgin, in which there's nothing wrong with that.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's
there's
not.
nothing
It's
at
just,
all.
it's
I
just
always
a
get
discipline.
shamed for being virgin all day
No,
long, and
no
on
Yeah,
one's
we get
YouTube.
shaming
shamed by
you.
idiots. It's
Yeah,
idiots that
Well,
shame you,
no,
Jalen. You
no,
already know that.
I
no.
already know it
So
was
the
those
reason
Jalen,
I
kids
don't
doing
asked
it.
think.
is because
Well,
it's just
right quick,
like
Poppy, if I may. Jalen, don't think I was shaming you. It's just
he was
curious
a chick.
about
I
the
just
porn thing.
because
But no, I wasn't shaming you.
people come into like these spaces and like trying to like troll. That's what I asked. I don't care. I mean, technically, honestly, I don't care if you are or not. If you are, power to you. He'd be like, yo, you just sound crazy. Yeah, I want to make sure that you wasn't trolling us, taking us for a ride and stuff like that.
but we do respect what you're saying. Like, I respect that a lot because you don't see a lot of men like you who don't want to have sex.
You should asking the question, Melody, that
Uh,
you asked me like
I
30
mean,
minutes ago. Talk about
every
if the women is religious, will he wait for it? That's a question for him right there.
Yeah, I think we asked them that, right? If
No, he
if
wasn't
a
here.
if a religious woman come your way, Jalen, would you wait for her? Like, would you guys wait until marriage to have sex,
Good
Jalen?
question. Good question. Like that
Yes,
tip from my story.
Yes.
probably why I'm gonna have to wait, man. That's what it is.
Well, good for
So
you.
I mean that's a
it's
good
funny,
thing
Melanie,
because
because um when I was catching a bus in my 20s, I was catching a bus, and there was this drop dead gorgeous white woman, right,
Mm,
who said that she's been noticing me every morning, and this was like at 5 a.m. At the bus stop, and she handed me a what do they call those, watchtowers, I think, but not the watchtower. Which one is the Mormon one? I think watchtower is Jehovah's Witness.
oh, I don't know.
I don't know
Whatever.
what's the name, the
Yeah,
Mormon one. I don't know.
but whatever the Mormon one is, she handed me one of those little story pamphlets and stuff. And I was thinking, because I know how Mormons get down, and they get down by not getting down, and until you're married. So I was like, wow, I would definitely, attempt to smash, shoot my shot. She's obviously been noticing me. She's in her car. She looks at me at the bus stop, and I know that black people just became people in 1978 to them. So but that aside, I would definitely pursue, were I disciplined in a faith like that. I definitely had those thoughts then. Like, I kind of regret not being a part of a more disciplined and structured culture.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, JC. Um, Jalen, one more question to you. Do you fantasize about sex, or have you ever
No,
had no dreams, no nothing?
Why are you asking these questions, Smelly?
No, I'm
no,
really, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm really curious. I really admire him for that. I really do.
I
How
have
do you,
no fantasies about it.
good. No, that's good. Hey, Ruby, what's going
I mean,
on?
if I'll say this, if general anyone did, it's not wrong with that because we're only human, but it's a difference
Hmm.
between fantasizing about it and actually doing it. There's a difference. And thing is that Jalen for 27 years shows that he has discipline and the self-control to save himself and not give his body to just any female that he sees, you know, and I respect that he's being very vigilant with his body, which is no coincidence why 9 times out of 10 he's a very physically healthy 27-year-old that never has a history of diseases and out of wedlock children, which is a very good thing. So all respects to you, Jalen, man. Don't listen to these ignorant motherfuckers that try to shame you for being a virgin, because 9 times out of 10 they out here in debt because they owe probably thousands of dollars in child support and all that shit. But I'm done. Y'all got it.
Yeah. Never mind 50% of the population has herpes simplex 1 or 2. Never mind how much of the population has caught any one of the STDs that are curable, or hepatitis, or HIV, or all these other things that you in essence are protecting yourself from not, showing a lack of sexual discipline. So those worries, you don't have to worry about the fears that aren't distracting you from your grades or from work or whatever, because you got an itch and now you don't know what that itch is. I mean, I love the topic, Melody, because I've said this a lot. To me, sex is not part of the getting to know you process, but it wasn't sold. I think part of the problem is that whenever we sell celibacy or virginity into marriage, we sell it as losing something. You're losing out. And everyone just kind of tells you about how you should restrain yourself. And, they try to use like abstract thoughts like, the devil, or even like, honestly, to some extent, STDs and stuff is kind of abstract to teenagers who think that they're invulnerable to everything. So I think if we're going to change the culture, we have to, in essence, sell it as something that people are gaining and something that, tangibly means something. So, I mean, it's going to be a different message to different people, right? Maybe it is about money or about your health or about cleanliness or whatever. Or it could be like, for me, a lot of my ideals came down to what kind of woman does what kind of thing. And I really, that was something that was sold to me very young. There's like, those slutty, skanky women, and they were undesirable. I didn't want to be seen like one of those women. I wanted to be seen like the other kind of women. And then church kind of, they do the whole God thing as far as like you're going to hell and stuff, but it was more about, again, a cleanliness, like you're born perfect and whole and pure and this and that. And if you believe in love and romantic love and stuff, then you're going to save yourself for, that true love, and being told in essence that having sex with random people is just uncomfortable. It's not going to ever be as good as with, your husband, with someone who really loves you and, you take the time to get to know and blah, 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 and whatever. So I was sold sex totally differently than I think the younger generation is now. Like, I think a lot of women are lying and they're running around talking about how they're size queens and how much they love sex and how much da-da-da and, oh, they bust all night and whatever. And most of them are lying. Most of them have never had an orgasm. They've never had good sex. They can't even take half of a normal size one, let alone 12, 14 inches. But it's just like this talk that's being sold to them, that they should say all of this because that's what all of the women like, and that's what all of the women are chasing, and all of the women are losing their virginity at 12 and whatever. And it's like they're buying into it, even though it's not true. So I just think we just need more honesty. We could take a couple steps backwards again.
Facts.
That's what I think. I don't know. I mean, it's the same thing as the boys. The boys were all talking about having sex way before they actually ever slept with someone. Like when I was in high school, they were all saying at 13, 14 that they had lost their virginity years ago. Meanwhile, they had never even seen a naked boob. Like,
Ruby made like very excellent points.
Bro, we got teen pregnancies out of control here in my hometown. It's out of control now. The teen pregnancy back in like 2011.
Hold on, guys. I'll be back.
Oh, Jalen, I heard about your hometown, man. In Jalen's hometown, I heard about that, man. It's ridiculous. Boy, it's ridiculous. But Ruby, like I was saying, Ruby made some very excellent points. I especially like the points that she made, that if we're going to change the culture around and convince people to save themselves until they get married, we have to present it as if they're not missing out on anything, because it's very true what Ruby said, that when it comes to sex, especially when it comes to the younger generation and how they view celibacy and saving themselves and abstaining from sex, they view it as missing out on life. You're young, don't miss out, live your life, YOLO, you only live once, so if we would change the culture by changing these things, we would have to destroy all that and be able to convince the population that no, you're not missing out on something, you're actually gaining on something. But that's my opinion. But like Game Changer even said, it's still a hard sell. It is a hard sell, but Ruby's strategy that she stated is a very good strategy, in my opinion.
I mean, because I actually know a few, not a lot, right? But I know a few people who were virgins until marriage. And most of the people I know stayed in the single digits, even if they got married in their, early to mid 30s. So, I just think back to the tactics, what the belief systems were of the people who either had a low body count or no body count, versus the ones who were more about free sex, and free love. And it was like, even the ones who were raised with really religious parents who, yeah, they were the worst. They were on lockdown. Yep. And my cousin, I made friends with this girl. She was like a few years younger than me. She was friends with my best friend, so whatever. And my cousin lived in the same neighborhood. And I went there and he's like, I don't want you talking to that girl. It's like, why? He's like, oh, she's a big whore. And I'm like, how? Like, she's on lockdown. She's not even allowed to go out unless like I bring her because her mom likes me and trusts me. He's like, no, she lets people into her basement window. Like, guys are crawling in and out of that basement window all night. I'm like, but she's in the 9th grade. I was so surprised. But her mom was super religious and super strict, and it didn't change her behavior. If anything, she needed to rebel against all of these unfair restrictions the way she saw it, right? The girls who chose to stay virgins until marriage, they were the ones who weren't given insane, structure like that. They were just basically told, like, yeah, you can if you want to, but let me tell you all the real facts. And their parents were really honest with them. I slept with my grade 10 boyfriend, and it was horrible. And actually it stayed horrible clear until college when I fell in love with someone, and they actually told you the real deal. So as a girl, you were going into it saying, oh, okay, well, it's cute when I let him, get to second base and stuff, and that feels great. But hey, maybe just because that feels great doesn't mean my body's fully ready for the full experience. Or, when girls realize the majority of women really regret losing their virginity at earlier ages, they're less likely to go out there and give it away, right? Because they realize, oh, I'm not losing out, and once I give it away, I can't get it back, and I don't feel any older, and no one treats me any differently in a good way, and I'll just feel bad about it. Like, once you, I guess, get those kind of understandings, you sell it to me as, I lost something if I give it away. Then it's like, oh, maybe I should at least consider it a little bit more. Whereas, and I think no one's considering anything now. They're just like, oh, it's supposed to be sex. We're all being sold sex. 9 years old, we're being sold sex on TV and in commercials. And then, God, even YouTube for kids. You guys ever watched YouTube videos that are directly made for kids? They're still very sexualized. Like, everything is programmed these days for sex. So that's why they're chasing it. So we have to realize, like, if we want them not to keep, going in this trend, you got to tell them something a little bit more than just like, ooh, sex feels good, you're missing out, only losers can't lose their virginity. Because that's the only other message, they're selling to them, unfortunately.
A good way to sell it, right? Is what my father did to me. My father, when I was a teenager, he showed me like a book full of pictures of how the male genitalia look like when it encounters a lot of STIs, right? It scared the hell out of me for a while, but then I ended up becoming a man whore. But okay, but with that specific point in time, it did scare me for a while.
Yeah. The pictures of, what's the one called where you get a rash all over your body? Oh, I can't remember whatever that one is though. That one freaked me out. Like we were horrified at that one more than anything else. Like the ones that cause drips and stuff was different, but that where it's like you just break out in like these sores all over your body. Oh, but you
It's like
forget about that, right? Because you
outside the
think,
country disease, right?
hmm?
Those diseases
Hey,
you're talking
Poppy.
about. How you doing, baby?
No, I'm not talking. It's not like a rare STD. I can't remember what it's called. It's not the clap. It's not. What is it? It's one of the common ones. It really is. I just can't remember the name of it. See, that goes to tell you how much they're not telling us about these things. I can think
Are,
of the names of so many other things and not the
are,
names of typical STDs.
are you talking about like herpes or hepatitis or one of those?
No.
Okay.
It's one of the ones that you can cure. It's one of the ones like
All right.
gonorrhea and chlamydia you can cure. It's like there's a third one there. It's gonorrhea, chlamydia, and there's another one.
What,
I don't even.
trichomonas? Are you talking about trichomonas?
Oh, trichomoniasis is. I mean,
Trichomoniasis. Sorry.
that's
Yeah.
not necessarily ST like sexually.
Oh.
You can transmit it,
She's
but
talking about syphilis.
Oh, syphilis.
syphilis.
Oh yeah. Oh
Thank
damn.
you. Oh my God, I could not remember to save my life. Yeah, syphilis. Syphilis is horrific looking. But that
You're
was
not alone. I couldn't even remember that. You know.
I don't know. Is it eradicated? I feel like it might be eradicated or something. I don't remember hearing about it lately, but I don't know. It's pretty horrific.
But
Pretty horrific.
Ruby, it's interesting you brought up a point about children growing up in religious households, and they usually tend to be the ones that end up becoming some of the most sexually active children.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, you know I guess I'm being a bit anecdotal, but what I've seen as far as religious families, right? Because I've seen these religious families play out, that they've become a little bit too strict on their children to the point of the fact that they would prevent their children from having any type of individual thought. The amount of pressure that a lot of religious parents put on their children to be this perfect little child, it becomes so overwhelming to that child to the point of the fact that once they become teenagers, they just go all out and go crazy. It's to a point where the parents put so much restrictions on their children to the point of the fact that their children feel a level of oppression. And of course, I'm not saying that parents should not put restrictions on children, but you have to balance it out where you give some restrictions, but at the same time, give them some level of leniency so they could just develop a certain level of individualism. And what a lot of religious parents don't do, they don't enlighten their children in order to put some wisdom into the minds of their children. What they do is just tell them, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do this, you can't do that. And that child, it just becomes overwhelming after a while. So that child goes crazy and just go overboard and just start becoming like, you know, I guess the black sheep or the Madonna in their family, you know? Yeah.
Well, I mean, some of them do. I mean, I think that that society tells those stories to try to get parents to compromise. Like, you know, oh, don't overdo it, or else your daughter will become more slutty or something like that. I think that that's the sale, because society wants this culture to be exactly what it is. That's why they work to create it this way. And I think that that's really a scare tactic that they use. But even if it's not, and you can always say, listen, that shit is on her. That is on her. Like, her not, you know, whatever she did at 18 is on her, and the consequences is on her too. But I did do my part. But I think, and I strongly suspect, 'cause I know very few people like this. I strongly suspect that the religious parents who do that, they tend to have favorable outcomes with their daughters, and it's better than doing nothing. You know.
Right. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I'm thinking about the Amish and the success they have with that stuff, and they actually put their kids out for I think a year,
Mm-hmm.
and they have a name for it.
Rumspringa.
Yeah, exactly. And the Mormons do, you know, like whatever they sell their daughters, it works. Because like I said, I didn't even try with that one chick because I knew she was Mormon and they don't get down like that. So, like, whatever they do, it has some success. We hear about the failures.
Yeah, that's why I say it is good for parents to discipline their children, whether they're religious or not. It's good to put certain restrictions on their children, but it has to be a level of balance. That's what I'm saying. But based on what I've witnessed through certain so-called religious households, the restrictions would become too severe to the point of the fact that it would overwhelm the child and they go crazy. So, I mean, there are, other religions, like Game Changer pointed out, like the Amish things work out with the Amish and the Mormons and what have you. So,
I think you're both right for that reason, actually, because if you take the example of the Amish, it's actually literally both of your points, right? Because in general, the Amish life, these children growing up, they're incredibly restricted in every single way. Like, you're not even allowed to listen to music, like, at all. It's not like, oh, a particular type of music, just no music, right? And you're living this super simplified, super restricted life, and then you're going to marry into it at like 18 and then stay in it forever. That's it. And if you leave it, at any given point, you lose contact with everybody forever. You know this. But when you are right around that legal age where you can go and drink and do drugs and go to college and whatever, they send you out on purpose. They will not let you get officially baptized or married into the church, right, and into the practices for life until you've gone and done the Rumspringa thing. And the reason why is because they want you to actually fully experience what you're missing. So they've raised you, reared you in all of the right ways. They've told you what all their practices are and why. And then they let you go out there without any reins at all, without any limits, and go live life. Go and do it, right? And then, it's fun at first. It's super fun at first. Of course it is, right? Everyone goes to college first year. It's fun as hell. But then, as we all kind of learn generally, once we get that freedom, right, there's a lot of pitfalls to all of that freedom. And there's a lot of pain and there's a lot of heartache and there's a lot of fear and whatever. And so as they experience all those things, they realize, like, they say, hey, you know what? The other life was more simple. There might be some stuff I'll miss, but I would rather that. I see my parents, who are not hypocrites, who are not liars, who are not sitting there saying one thing every day on Sundays and the other 6 days living a completely different life. No, this is really what they believe. And I see how happy and solid their lives are, and, how it works. So I think that, like, the Amish thing is a good example of the balance. There is a balance there. I mean, it might be kind of isolated balance, but it's still balance. And they get to see it. But at the same time, they are also very heavily, structured and restricted for a long period of time too. So
now Zone brings up a point, and he says some Amish women end up being whores at the end of the day. And yeah, but they're happy to not have her there. You see, we worship our whores. We Lori Harvey them. Like, when, because for the streets is a good thing for us, in West, outside of the Amish culture and outside of any strong religious cultures. It's a good thing. She's for the streets. She's living her best life. What they're saying is, like, listen, if you're for the streets, here's money. Go to the streets, because we're here and we're better off without you in this community.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying to that. They're better off without her, corrupting others.
So wait, they disown Amish people disown their women when they act crazy?
Yeah. That's the best way to put it. They disown their women.
Well, there's no way to act crazy though once you're if you're Amish, then you're Amish, because they don't have access to that
like
stuff, right?
When they go to Romspring, they some don't come back.
Exactly, right? And that's the whole thing. They don't even let you get baptized in. If you want to be for the streets, you're never Amish, because you never get baptized in. You do Rumspringa first. If you never come back from Rumspringa, if you never are willing to make that promise to, cast all that stuff aside forever, then you're just not Amish. And then you can't talk to your family, friends. You can never come back. Like, you're gone forever. They erase you.
Wow.
Jehovah's Witnesses do it too.
To be a part of something like that. Even though I'm not a religious man, it would be nice to be a part of a religious structure. a higher belief system that gets people on point. Because like I'm going through some renovation and changes, and I'm moving furniture around and stuff. And the boy next door helped me. Um, and then I went to him like the day before yesterday, a Muslim kid, and with $20, and he would not take it for nothing. I'm like, listen, man, young man, you help me. This is not charity or nothing like that. You help me move. You help me carry some couches. Take the money. Oh no, 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 no. I'm not taking the money. I'm not going to take the money. We have money. I'm like, yeah, I know you have money. Now you got $20 more. This dude would not take it for nothing. And at the end of the day, I kept my money and I had to respect it. Like, but that's that strong parental religious upbringing. You gotta respect it. You gotta respect the
Yeah.
results of it. Because were it me, maybe he was anywhere between 12 and 14, I would have took the bread. I worked. I would take the bread.
That's true. If that was a black kid, they would have took that money with a quickness.
But yeah, and I don't think it's more race. I think it's more religion and culture. I'm just saying
Yeah.
it would be nice to have a kid that's like that. The type of kid that finds a wallet and returns it to the address on the ID.
You know what's funny? My nephew, who's 8, no, he's 9 now, but at the time he was like 7. I found the wallet and it had money in it. I looked at it. I was like, oh, I wonder, and I was playing around with my friend. I was like, oh, should we take the money? But I was only joking. He was like, no, give it back, the whole wallet. Like he grabbed the wallet. He looked like he was about to cry. He was walking back towards the place with the wallet. I'm like, Austin, I'm not trying to keep the money. I'll give it back. But he was just like, no, you have to give it back. That's wrong. That's wrong. So it's like when they're young, a lot of kids are like that. A lot of black kids are like that too.
Answer me this: did he get an allowance?
My nephew get whatever he want. He's spoiled.
And
He
see,
don't even need an allowance. He got everything.
that's part of the culture. You got to give your kids an allowance if you expect them to return wallets and stuff like that.
Put it like this: the tooth fairy gives him $100 when he loses his teeth.
What?
So if you're not
$100.
Damn.
I don't think I got collectively for every tooth I lost. If you put it all together, I don't think I got $100.
yeah,
I
no,
got $1 a tooth back in the day.
Yeah.
I didn't even know you get money for it.
Right.
You know?
Right.
There you go.
Right.
But
wait,
I'm like,
you
no,
didn't know that you get money for it. Who's that?
he
Jalen?
said that. No, that was Poppy.
I said I didn't know you're supposed to get money for every time that your tooth fall out.
Where you from?
I was born in Colombia, raised in New York.
Okay, because we do that to make the kids feel comfortable about losing their teeth because it's awkward for kids. So to feel comfortable about it, the whole process, we lie and say that the tooth fairy exists, and that's a fairy that comes in the middle of the night and takes the tooth from underneath the kid's pillow and replace it with money.
Oh, okay.
So that's what we do, and that's so they could feel comfortable. About losing their teeth.
Yeah, but my sisters. Oh, go ahead, and then what you saying?
I'm like, just like Blanco. When I lost my teeth as a kid, there was no money there.
But y'all from New York. See, y'all from New York, so that's a totally different spot,
It's different. That's probably why I don't want to go. You telling me in New York y'all don't get tooth fairy money? Kind of
I'm not. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say it's a New York thing, but to me, with my family, we just didn't do that. We just didn't do that. Yeah, my parents are the type of parents is that they're not just going to give you their hard-earned money because something as normal as you losing a tooth happened. They're not doing that.
But
Wacky, it's $1. It's $1. It's $32 for the whole damn mouth. Like, because when you're a kid, you don't need much to get candy and shit. And they didn't give you that. They didn't give you $1.
I mean, not for losing a tooth.
Back in the days. Back in the days, you didn't need much. Back in the days, there was literally penny candy. Now, not so much. So it's even extra worse now. You're not trying to give these kids a little $5 for losing a tooth or two. Come on now.
But even that, you know what my parents said? My parents said, when I lose a tooth, it'll grow back.
Oh my God, that's horrible. So what about Santa Claus? Did Santa Claus come?
Listen, my father told me that it's very disrespectful to be in front of his face and talk about some damn Caucasian guy coming through the chimney. Giving me, my father
black
said,
men are so wicked.
Santa Claus wasn't white. In my household, Santa Claus was black.
Listen, my father told me ever since I was a kid, I'm doing that buy you Christmas gifts. No. Because he's like, I work hard. That's how I work hard and work a job that I hate to give you something for Christmas. Not no damn.
That's what I noticed. It's a lot of black men. It's black men who do that because I find that, like, for me, my parents try to keep Santa Claus alive for me. I found out there was no Santa when I was in the 2nd grade because what happened was all of my gifts were at the front door. We lived in an apartment building. It was me, my mom, and my mom's boyfriend at the time. And so my mom had asked her boyfriend to take out the garbage, and he didn't feel like it. And finally, he stomped off to do it. But what happened was there was the 2 bags of garbage, and then there was the 3 bags of Christmas gifts. And he threw away the Christmas gift bags by accident. So when I woke up in the morning, there was just a stocking with like this jumper thing that we had clearly bought all together in Florida. And my mom said that Santa had delivered the gifts a day early, and then Victor had accidentally thrown them away. Right. And that was the moment I understood there was no Santa, because that story was ridiculous. Right. Because, but still, my parents tried to keep it alive. But I noticed it's normally the women who really want to try to keep that magic alive in black families. And it's the men who are like, nah, I'm not going to train my kids to be okay with some random stranger crawling into their house at night and whatever. It's always like, every time I hear this argument where they're like, no, I told them the truth from time. They never believed in Santa or whatever. It's always the black men who are saying that. Like, no, I'm not training my kids to believe that shit.
Let me say this real quick. Santa Claus got caught one year by me. Santa Claus was actually dressed like Santa Claus, and he was taking the cookies. And I saw him, and it was my dad. He was actually, just in case he woke up. Yeah, just in case he woke up. But then when I asked, because I was little, and I asked my mom, and I'm like, oh, I saw Santa. He looked just like Daddy. They was like, oh yeah. So it's like not all black fathers hide Santa.
No, not all. My daddy obviously, actually, my other parent, right? Because for people who don't know, my parent is trans. But even like when I was a child, that parent still to this day, my mother dropped Santa long ago, but my other parent, to this day, one day, it was like maybe 2-3 years ago, because my sister's 10 years younger than me, so therefore, I got a lot of different things for longer. But I went over to their house to wake up with my sister on Christmas. She was probably like 19, right? And I was sleeping on the couch. That's next to the balcony. Like, it's literally like 2 steps away from the balcony door. I woke up and my head was next to the cookies and milk and everything. Okay. And I was right across from the Christmas tree. I woke up, I was supposed to sleep for 45 minutes. I woke up, okay, the Christmas tree full of presents underneath, and inside the tree, there were reindeer tracks outside on the balcony. Okay, the cookies were eaten, the milk was drank. I'm like, that is impossible. It is impossible. I was right here. I slept for 45 minutes. I'm telling you, my parents gonna do that, and she won't even tell us how she does it. I'm like, well, what about when I have kids, right? Because I want to be able to pull this stuff off. And I'm like, I don't know how you do it. It's amazing.
It's crazy.
But me looking back, man, I have to agree with my father, because it is disrespectful.
Yes.
For parents who work hard, who work their ass off to make sure that their kids have as much as they can afford, to then give all thanks to some imaginary motherfucker. Because I look back, I don't have any children, but if I had children, I would have done the same. I'll do the same thing to my child my father did to me.
No,
I don't celebrate Christmas. Well, actually, I don't even celebrate Christmas, so I don't celebrate that. But when it comes in general to giving my children a gift, no, you're gonna give honors to me or whoever brought you that gift.
That's wrong.
Yeah,
that's right.
You give kids a little bit of magic, man. Kids
Fuck magic.
deserve a little magic.
Fuck
Life is hard
Teach them
enough,
reality, man. Fuck that
Hey,
magic.
hey,
shit.
Wacky,
Reality.
Wacky, are they gonna get tooth money?
No.
Yeah.
Tooth
Give a
money?
little bit of dollar here.
No.
Come on now.
No, I'm gonna.
Oh,
If I
what's
have children,
up?
this is how I'm gonna give my children money. They're gonna have to do work around the house. They're gonna have to
Yeah,
clean
you get that.
throwing out the trash, throwing out the trash, mowing the lawn.
Based on chores, but what would you do if you found your wife sneaking some bread underneath the pillow?
Take it and put it in my pocket. Shit.
No, I mean, like the kid wakes up and and shows a nice crisp Abe Lincoln and say, Dad, look what the tooth fairy got me. You know your wife did it. Well, what would you do?
Oh, okay. Then I have a nice talk with my wife. Talking about don't be giving my child free money, man. Let him work for it.
Wacky,
Look, that happened once for me.
Innocent. Let the kids be innocent. Like,
I mean, what's so quote unquote non-innocent about a kid doing chores in exchange for money? Therefore, teaching them the value of hard work.
there's nothing wrong with that. Like,
no, I mean,
parents are supposed to
there's
do
nothing
that.
wrong with it, but like that's
Melody,
work.
You
Like-
lose teeth around the
Like you have to work until you die. Your 5-year-old has to work too. Like you give kids like a little bit of magic, a little bit of a sense of wonder. That's what childhood's all about.
Well,
Imagination and wonder.
If he wants a sense of magic and a sense of wonder, I'll give him Cartoon Network, buy him toys, buy him little video games. He could use that as a sense of wonder and as a sense of magic. But I'm going to teach my children reality, man.
Yeah, but you could teach it. Like I was taught reality, but there's still a sense of magic. Like, was there really a place called a magical lion called Aslan and the Chronicles of Narnia? That might really exist out there somewhere. I don't know. I mean, so I had that sense of magic, but then I also understood there were racist people who lynched black folk, right? So I mean, you can teach. I mean, ultimately, especially as black kids, there are some harsh realities that we have to know and understand far earlier than any other race of child, on this continent. So at the very least, to rob us of all of our innocence and magic as well. So it's just like, life is just as hard for you at 5 as it is at 30. Like, damn.
Oh no, life is way easier at 5 than it is at 30. But the thing is, you're not robbing a child of their innocence if you don't teach them about the tooth fairy or some Santa Claus. I'm just saying that. I just, if I'm buying my child a gift, I want my child to understand who gave it to him.
Why don't you
Wacky, let me ask you this.
I don't want nobody else getting credit for something that I'm doing.
Let me ask you this, Wacky. Would you eat all your kids' Halloween candy?
Well, I don't have children, and
no, I'm saying,
I don't believe in Halloween.
Eat all their Halloween candy because
you don't believe in anything.
I don't believe in Halloween. I don't believe in Halloween.
Damn.
It don't celebrate anything. Halloween don't celebrate anything. It's just the fall. You're celebrating the fall harvest. It's not even a.
Nah. I'm not into that. I'm not into that.
So they don't get candy.
They get candy, but not on October 31st, and when a costume or something.
Because part of the experience is to go to school the next day and trade it with the other kids. But they don't get to do that. They don't participate in the trade with the other kids.
I mean, they'll get candy. Of course, they'll get candy, but not for no Halloween. I mean, they'll just have to understand that, hey, mom and dad don't celebrate that.
So they don't participate in the trade.
Bunny. Do they get the Easter bunny?
I don't celebrate no Easter.
You don't celebrate now? Are you a Jehovah's Witness? Because I don't celebrate nothing either.
I'm not a Jehovah's Witness, but I do have a certain spiritual belief system in which we 5%. Not 5%. No, that 5% is not spiritual. I consider myself to be a Hebrew Israelite.
Okay.
So therefore, my beliefs tend to be contrary towards those who celebrate these holidays.
Yeah, it's similar because that's what it reminded me of. Actually, was just my friend who is a Jehovah's Witness. She said, and it was actually rough on her in a lot of ways. And I mean, now she grew up to be a drug addict and a whore, but I guess now she's married with a couple kids to a guy who hates her. But anyway, point is, so as she was growing up, like she was very isolated in a lot of ways because Jehovah's Witnesses, they don't celebrate birthdays. They don't celebrate, any of these like little pagan holidays, quote unquote, right? They don't even celebrate Christmas. The only thing that they celebrate is their marriage. and that's because they were married under the eyes of God. So in a way, though, her parents were cheating because they would celebrate their wedding anniversary, and their daughter would wake up to gifts on their wedding anniversary. And, you know, all the stuff she missed out on throughout the year, including birthday parties and whatever, she would get on her parents' anniversary. So it's like they were trying to compensate ultimately, because they realized after a few years that it was actually doing some psychological damage. And whether we like it or not, if you're going to raise your kids and they're going to be going to these either public or private school systems where the majority of kids, you know, are in this kind of North American culture, then you do need to realize that there is going to be a significant negative impact on them for them missing out on the staples of childhood in North America.
They're not going to miss out. I disagree, Ruby. I don't think they're going to miss out for not celebrating these holidays that I don't believe in, because the thing is that the way, if I have children, the way I plan to raise my children is that I plan to give them the best of the best. So they'll get me. They'll be spoiled by me. They'll get rewarded with different things, different rewards. We'll go on trip and do fun things, you know, and they can have, I'll give a certain balance where they can have, be their own person, be their own, you know, individual, and have friends and have that, but just understand that we abide by a certain belief system in which we do not celebrate these holidays because, according to our beliefs, these are pagans. These are the celebrations of other gods. But does that mean that my child is going, or my children, if I have them, are going to sit there and be isolated and not have anything in life? No.
Well, I didn't say they're isolated and not have anything in life, but
I don't see nothing wrong with what he's saying, though.
Exactly. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. So thank you, Mel, in the chat.
And I got kids.
Thank you, Mel, in the chat. You funny. You know, no. Okay. Here's what I'm saying. I'm not saying, I would never suggest that you would deprive your children. I think it's just sometimes we forget what it is to be a child, like in all of the different facets and all of the different stages of childhood, because like it's kind of like when we go out of our way to buy children under the age of maybe 4 all these pricey expensive gifts and the best of the best, this and that, and then all they want to do is play with the cardboard box, and it's like, wow, that was a waste of $1,000 worth of gifts, because we forget what it is to be a kid sometimes and how important, especially in middle to late childhood, it is for kids to bond with their peer group and be doing these things and comparing and contrasting, and oh, I got my costume too, and oh yeah, look, and winning most creative for this, and having the best birthday parties, and not being ostracized from birthday parties. Like, we forget how important those things were, but they were very, very important.
Well, you're not. I don't think you're going to rob a child of their childhood for not teaching them about some Easter Bunny or some Santa Claus. Because, like I said,
the world teaches them.
The world teaches that, but mom and dad is going to teach them that shit is fake and it's bullshit. Okay, and that it's mom and dad, and mom and dad are the ones that reward you.
Why don't you?
Yo,
wait,
I got
hold on.
kids.
Let me ask you a question real quick. Let me ask you Wacky a question real quick. Wacky, why don't you still celebrate it, but just tell your kids that you're Santa Claus and dress up like Santa Claus? Have fun with it. Still get them stuff, but you know, I'm Santa Claus. Here's your gifts.
Listen, I come from the standpoint that Christmas derives from a pagan tradition, which is actual true history. Okay, me knowing the true history behind Christmas, and that it comes from another religion that consists of sun worship. And that the early so-called Christians just incorporated paganism into their religion in order to get more followers and get more money. Me knowing that, I'm not going to do that with my family. I do not want my family, as much as I can, as far as I have the power to do that, I don't want my family to be celebrating traditions that I view to be pagan. That's the way I do things.
Also the origin of Christmas.
I got kids, and I understand the whole process. You know what I mean? Because my oldest know that I ain't got them Santa Claus. So, and I always teach my kids not to follow, not to follow nobody. Be their own person. So I think what my man's saying is completely right.
All right, I'm gone, people.
But does that? But
Thank you for coming.
Exactly. All right, Jalen. Thank you all.
Take care.
Thank you, Blanco. And like I said before, That doesn't mean that my children will not get gifts. Because if I have children, they'll be spoiled with gifts. So it's to the point, the fact that they're not going to feel as if they missed out on Christmas or Easter or the Tooth Fairy, because they're going to realize that how dad takes care of them and what dad provides for them, dad will give them anything that they need and they want. That's how I plan to raise my children if I do have them. But y'all go ahead, y'all got it.
I feel the same way, because you're supposed to raise them as young as possible, because you know what happens when these holidays come, they're going to expect certain things, especially when you raise certain daughters. Everybody use a holiday like Valentine's Day, that I'm supposed to get all these damn gifts on Valentine's Day, but yet she has a husband that makes Valentine's Day every damn day. They have kids together, Mother's Day every damn day. Why we got to celebrate off a holiday day and everything just for big companies to make a lot of money off of?
Nice.
Well, the first teacher out there is the parents. It's bad enough that we already got to worry about outside forces, like certain communities telling our kids how they should be and everything, when technically no, they are born as this way. I'm raising them to be what I said that they're going to be raised, because I breeded them with my wife in this world. My say so, not because a certain community say so.
Yeah, but I don't think it's about the actual gifts or any of that. I mean, you could give your kid all the gifts that they want. It's not going to be a sufficient replacement for getting to go to school on Halloween and their costumes and play with their friends and exchange candy. You keep your kid home from school on during the school Christmas party. They're not, you could give them all the toys you want. They're still going to miss out and regret not being there.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think the thing is, though, right, it's not even about, so for example, once we started going to church, because my parents were not religious, me growing up, I was the only one who had any interest in church. My parents did not. But once I started going to church at like 10, 11, right, then it's like, oh, Halloween is, a devil's holiday and whatever. So suddenly wasn't allowed to celebrate it. Even though I clearly was not celebrating the devil when I was dressing up in creative costumes and getting free candy, but whatever. But what the church did instead is they would have a candlelight service. That's what they called it. And so now all of the youth came and we would sing, mostly obviously Christian songs, but like fun ones that you could dance and jump to and play a tambourine to and stuff. And then after midnight, there was this table and it was loaded up with basically Jamaican pops of various flavors. And then like this weird twisty bread. I don't even know what the hell it's called. And then a bunch of candy. And then what our pastor would do is she would take the candy and she would throw it. And we would all like jump and, practically kill each other trying to get this candy. So the point is, it's like, okay, you're not going to go and get bags and bags full. You're not going to be all dressed up and, these different costumes. But at least with some people of our peer group who had a similar belief system, we were not missing out. We had the candlelight service, right? And we got to drink these Jamaican pops like cola champagne and stuff that we all love, and we got to scramble for candy still in a way, right? So it's like we weren't entirely missing out. And I think that it's just like I totally understand not celebrating Christmas or not celebrating Easter or whatever, with the religious implications, but it just kind of sounds like when I hear it's like, no, you get nothing, like none of these little things that every other kid basically is getting that don't even have anything to do with religion, like the Tooth Fairy, right? Like you're just gonna get nothing. You get none of that magic. You get none of that fun. You don't get to take part in that conversation with all of your peers when that is like the most important thing in the world for a few years to these kids.
Why should?
And it helps with actual socialization and social adjustment. And people don't realize how important these things are to kids. I'm just saying.
Believing some imaginary fairy that flies around and puts some dollar bill in your pillow is going to do some sort of thing when it comes to the mental state of a child.
Yes.
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. It's bullshit. Once again, I don't want some imaginary motherfucker to get credit for something that I'm doing, especially if I have to bust my ass every day and work hard to provide even a damn piece of food on my child's plate. I'm not doing that.
But see, I think that's the thing that what sometimes adults don't realize, because really at the end of the day, right, like you getting credit or not to the 7-year-old is not really as important as for the majority of this human's life that you created. They're not going to be children. They're going to be adults. And so at the end of the day, do you want credit for the majority of this adult's life, that they remember how hard daddy and mommy worked to give them, a magical childhood, to give them, like these moments of wonder and whatever, right? Do you want, because the adult is going to think of it that way. Like, it doesn't really matter if the 7-year-old thinks there's a Santa Claus or not. They're not going to be more or less appreciative of mommy and daddy, because to be honest, you don't have to give a 7-year-old anything more than your time, and they're going to worship you. It's not about those damn Christmas presents.
I disagree. As far as, listen, the way I look at it, the moment my children come out the womb, I want them to understand that it's mommy and daddy that provides for them. Nobody else. Mommy and daddy. Because it's the truth. And now,
can I say one thing real quick and I'm out?
No, it's not going to mess up their childhood. Listen. Let me tell you. Let me say this. Right? Let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick.
Go ahead, Wacky.
Let me say this real quick. Right? When my father let me know that Santa Claus is bullshit, and that's him that buys me Christmas presents at the time when I used to celebrate Christmas as a kid, it did not negatively impact my childhood. I still had a good childhood. But go ahead, Blue.
All right, go ahead, Blue.
I'm going to say this and I'm out. People that don't follow these traditional holidays tend to be more successful in life. And
oh, boy.
I'm
sorry.
Why you say, wait, hold up. Why you say, oh, boy?
Because they're kids.
No, wait. Hold on. Listen, let me explain something to you. You saying they kids, right? But you can give your kid a better life when you don't pay attention to that. You could give your kid. I know kids that their father is they didn't celebrate holidays and everything, and they a millionaire, own properties, and still in the hoods and the communities. And they said, wait, let me finish. And they send their kids on trips, beautiful trips to Dubai, things that kids had never done. So it's like, why take the cheap way out when you can give your kid a better living and let them explore the world, because you're not giving your money every single quarterly to these companies, and you save that money throughout the years and you be more successful person. You don't know that. A lot of people don't know that because they are not that successful person. And I'm out.
Hold on, don't leave yet, Blue. Let me ask you a question. What do that have to do with he left? Anyway, what does that have to do with a kid being a kid and having a magical childhood? You're only a child.
You
can have a magical childhood without
only
a
a
pagan
child
holiday.
for like 12
Thank
years.
you,
So here's the thing. I want to address what Baloo said. So here's the difference, right? So every single year, my parents brought me, or my mom mostly brought me on at least one vacation every year. Like when I was like 4, 5, 6, every year she tried to bring me somewhere. Okay. And for many of those years when I was a kid, the place was Florida. And many of the places we went, we drove to. Okay. The most notable time that I had in one of my Florida trips was driving through Hurricane Andrew in 1993, because it was a hurricane, which we found out when we got home. And how we looked at the news and our hotel was wiped off of the map. It was just gone. Like, if we had stayed the extra day we'd all be dead. And our car broke down in the middle of the hurricane too. So that was very memorable. But here's the thing. The very next year, so 1994, so I was in the 3rd grade, okay? My mom brought us to Disney, the one that was in Florida, the Disney that's in Florida.
Orlando,
yeah,
right?
Disney World, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's when I went, when I was 8 years old. I don't have a very clear memory of any aspect of that. But I just told y'all in full detail, and I can tell y'all in full detail some of these Christmas mornings and the wonderment I still experienced now as an adult, saying, how the hell did you do that? Right? Knowing that it's obviously not a real Santa Claus. So what I'm saying is, right, when we're thinking about kids, like, my mom saved up so much to give me that super extra expensive Disneyland trip vacation, right? Or the Busch Gardens vacation. I don't remember anything about Busch Gardens except the weird little cups we drank out of. That you buy drinks in. I don't remember Busch Gardens at all. I don't remember 90% of these places I went to before I was like 12. I honestly don't. I barely remember even like a little bit of detail. So you have to remember with little kids, right? And the things that we take when we are adults from our childhood are often the moments. They're moments that you created, not so much how much money you spent or how special, like Dubai. Kids don't give a shit about Dubai. No 8-year-old cares they went to Dubai, but they are going to care about the time they spent with you, how it was cool you got to play on the beach, how it was cool maybe you got to go windsurfing, and you could do that in Dubai or at a beach an hour away and they won't know the difference.
Exactly.
Right? Like kids, it's about the moment.
But can I say this, Ruby?
Nobody
can I say this, Ruby? If I have children, I plan to do these things. Take them out on the beach. We could go out to the park and throw a football or shoot a basketball. Take them out to amusement parks. Do these types of things. So therefore, a kid can still have their magical moments without celebrating these dumbass holidays. And technically speaking, is it actually possible to take away a child's imagination and their creativity? I think that's impossible.
Yes.
And like I said,
no, it's not.
I'm still my children. If I have children, I'll still buy them toys, buy them video games the moment they're buy them video games, buy them toys so that could actually stimulate their imagination even more. So they're still going to have a childhood. They're still going to have a life.
Thing. See, there's two different factors though. You're talking about the factor. You're talking about the factor of what a kid experiences with their parents versus the factor of what a kid experiences with their peer. Those are two completely different developmental processes.
And I'll tell you, right? okay, you know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll give that to you. But you mean to tell me, right? How many days do a child go to school per year? They go to school how many days? I don't know. Of course, it's not 365 days a year.
The large majority of the year. But yeah.
The large majority of the year, children go to school, right? So you mean to tell me, out of these few holidays, Halloween, Christmas, and what have you, they cannot bond with their peers when it comes to the majority of the days that they see their peers in school? They have to have Halloween and Christmas to communicate and bond with their peers. You can do that without these holidays.
But I don't know about you, but I remember very clearly, and maybe it's just because my godson's in school right now or whatever. But like for Valentine's Day, for example, right? For like a month before Valentine's Day happens, you're doing all these crafts and planning and whatever for that holiday. Same thing with Christmas. You're even planning a whole Christmas Day show and blah, blah, blah. And you're making presents for your parents. Same thing with Easter. Same thing with Halloween, right? Same thing with St. Patrick's Day. Well, for all of these holidays, right, the school system, the crafts, the socialization, little lessons, and most importantly, what's hyping up the kids from TV shows and whatever is all hype around the holidays, what you're going to do for the holiday, what you're planning for the holiday. Can you get the big hat like a leprechaun for the holiday, a pot of gold for the holiday, whatever it is, right? Like you have to remember that there's a lot of the culture that is about more than just like, oh, that one day. There's like a month or two leading up to that day. Everyone talks about just that thing.
It's still that one day, and I'm not going to have children that's going to celebrate that bullshit.
That is so
But what's going to happen is they're going to feel deprived the entire month leading up to Christmas.
Right.
How? Because like I said,
the cultures that don't celebrate holidays like that.
They're not going to feel deprived.
Kids when there's other cultures that don't celebrate these holidays like that.
That's exactly
Thank you, Mel. Thank you.
They don't own their own communities and stuff like that. So there's not even depriving these kids of these holidays like that.
If you're in a culture that doesn't celebrate these holidays, then you're not going to feel the deprivation. But when you're one of the
like the cultures can do it, so can he. That's the whole point.
People that doesn't get to celebrate something that the entire community does, you're gonna feel left out. If you live in China and nobody's celebrating Christmas, then fine. Nobody's going to feel deprived because they didn't get a present from Santa. But when everyone comes to school talking about, I got this from Santa, I got that from Santa, and like, what'd you get?
And you know what? You know what? Let me put it this way: if that kid wound up getting like 5 PS5s 2 weeks before Christmas, and we compare all the Christmas presents to his kids, them kids might look at him like, "Damn, you got better parents than I do." And we ain't had to wait till Christmas to get our presents.
Why is it so important to give them on every day except Christmas?
Blue, I'm sorry, excuse me. You have really bad feedback, Blue. Can you mute up or fix your sound or something?
You know what the problem is?
I'm sorry.
People are worried about
Blue.
now and not worried about the future.
Game 5, pivotal game we talked about.
Yeah, Blue. I think we're starting up a little bit.
I can't hear what he's saying.
Yeah, Blue has really bad. Blue, leave out and come back. You have really bad feedback. Really, really bad feedback. Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me better?
We can't hear you. It sounds really bad.
Nah, you're better, Blue. You're better off leaving and coming back.
You doing it from your phone? Might be a signal.
I don't know what he's doing.
I'm saying this. I mean, of course, a kid's not going to be ruined if he doesn't get to celebrate Christmas and doesn't have a tooth fairy. But I'm just saying, those are memories that kids cherish their whole lives, into adulthood and try to recreate for their own kids. I mean, if you're going to buy your kid a present, why is it so important that you get it on a day that's not Christmas? Get them a present on Christmas. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
But listen, if my beliefs is contrary towards Christmas, right? In which this is according to actual history, that Christmas derived from a pagan holiday, and that goes against my beliefs, I have the right to stand fast on that belief. But based on what Mr. Know-It-All said, that if you grew up in a culture that celebrate Christmas and what have you, and that child might feel left out if they don't celebrate it, I don't hear many Muslim children saying that. Well, hell, as a child, I felt left out because I didn't celebrate Christmas. They don't care.
Actually,
I don't hear.
No, that's not true.
Hold on, Ruby. And me being from New York City, I'm friends with many of the Ashkenazi Jews who grew up in a Jewish household that don't celebrate that bullshit, right? And they never felt left out.
Yeah, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. First of all, Jewish people. First of all, when you're talking about people and cultures, right, that literally have whole schools and whole communities that regularly meet with each other to literally celebrate their own shit on a regular basis, that is very different, right? So, for example, if you have all these Asian kids go to school together after regular school to learn Asian stuff and to celebrate Asian things.
Not
right?
in New York City.
Same thing with the Jews. A lot
of Ashkenazi Jews. Mel lives in New York. A lot, and Poppy Blanco's from New York. A lot of Jewish kids go to the public school system alongside other.
I didn't say that. No, wait. See, hold on. Wait. Whoa. Wait, hold on. Because you just said something that is not actually against what I said. I literally said all of these kids go to regular school, but then they also go to their after school stuff. That includes I think it's like once a week that they learn about Jewish culture, and then they learn about their Jewish religion, and they're getting together with other kids in their peer group to go learn these things at different stages, right? And it's the same thing with the Asians. A bunch of other cultures do that, right? And so even though they're left out of American culture, they're still getting together with a peer group, right, to celebrate something else. Right.
We do that too. We do that too. Us Hebrew Israelites, we do that too. We congregate together, and the children congregate together, and they have their peer groups. We do that.
Do you mean like church and Sunday school? Because it's a little different than celebratory holidays.
On the Sabbath, on Saturday.
Exactly. So just regular everyday shit, which is the point. There's a difference.
What do you mean regular everyday? No, say that. What do you mean regular everyday shit? What do you mean?
Because if you get together every week on the Sabbath, right, then that's your regular everyday thing that you do. That's not a celebration. Hey, we're all looking and planning for this thing. Right?
We do that also. We do that with Passover. We do that with
every Sunday soul food. go to grandma's house for soul food and everything. Yeah, exactly. No, we do.
Play basketball.
We do that. We had as Hebrews, we have something called the high holidays, which is basically like Passover, which are holidays in the Hebrew Israelite culture. We consider these things to be our holidays, so we do that. We prepare for that, and we utilize that as moments where we come together as our peer groups and celebrate that. We do that alongside the Sabbath, and we also have the new moons, where every new moon and every month we feast. We do that, so we have that. So it's not like if I have children and raise them underneath my culture that they're going to miss out on having the peer group, because they're going to have a peer group. And they'll also even have peer groups outside of the Hebrew Israelite tradition, but just understand that there's differences in cultures. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Okay, that's different. If they're being socialized with kids in a different culture, then that's different. The way you made it sound before is like you were just gonna keep them home from school.
Yeah.
One day.
Like, they can celebrate something with daddy at home. Like that's not.
Listen,
what you should. That's the point.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Anyway, where these damn school systems doing our kids? I might homeschool my kids. Like, yo, my wife, our kids staying home for school. You gonna teach them? Because I don't trust these public school systems now these days and indoctrinating our kids.
But I mean, you're gonna do something to have them socialize with other kids one way or another, right?
They do that. Great.
But Mr. Know-it-all, right? I've stated this previously several times that if I have children, I'm going to raise them where they can have their fun, they can enjoy their time, they can have friends, and they can go out and do things and what have you. I've stated that a few times, so I don't know how you came to a conclusion that I said that I was, and the rest of the people on the panel can attest to that. So it's not. So I don't know how you come to the conclusion that I said that I would lock my kids in the house and not bring them outside the house just because I said that I would not have them celebrate these modern holidays.
But you also specified that you were going to give them the best and buy them this and buy them that. And
yes.
You said earlier, like, well, kids don't always care about that. Sometimes they just want to be involved with the other kids and do what the other kids are doing.
And like I said, and I responded to Ruby by saying that they can do that, but they don't need Halloween or Christmas to do that. I mean, there's plenty of other days around the year for they could have their bond with children. I mean, listen, me growing up, I've grown up with kids. I've grown up with kids that didn't celebrate holidays.
I didn't say that you said they weren't.
I've grown up with kids that grew up in a Jehovah's Witness household.
I do too, and they regret not.
That's basically what you said.
The Jehovah's Witnesses I know wish they could have celebrated holidays. Now,
okay, the Jehovah's Witness that I know don't give a damn about that and think that that's of the devil, according to them. So I guess what you experience from Jehovah's Witness and what I experienced are two different things.
That may be, but what the discussion is, it's not that you were going to keep your kids isolated. That's not what I was saying. It's that you can let your kids hang out with other kids every day of the year. But if you don't let them go on the school field trip, that one day they feel left out.
Okay, but I never said anything about not letting them. I never said that, but it's just a thing. It's just a thing.
If you don't,
I never said anything about not letting them go on the school field trip. Although I get where you're getting at, but my thing is this: if I raise my children in an environment where we do not believe in these modern holidays, right? They're going to just have to accept that. And guess what? It's not like it's not as if I'm prevented from having a life. They can have a life, but just understand that they celebrate a different way of life that is different from a lot of other people that they're going to come across. I've seen this with growing up in New York City with Muslim children, so-called Jewish children, Jehovah's Witness children. And guess what? Most of them grew up to be functional individuals. But they just accept the fact that, hey, they grew up in a different culture and they don't celebrate the things that a lot of other people do. What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, the biggest problem I have is that in general, and I'm just saying this in general, right, is that most Black people, especially those who are descendants of slavery, have no idea what an intact, healthy, functional culture entails in full. And so I find it difficult that, like, in general, if we're gonna diverge from North American culture, and try to give our kids a fully intact, fulfilling culture, I don't think that we necessarily fully understand the ins and outs of all of what that entails.
You can't say that to all Black people, and not only that, but not only that, if you really want to break it down, there's no real such thing as North American culture, unless if you talk about Native American culture. That's the only true North American culture, because every other culture that we celebrate in America comes from the other side of the Atlantic, not North America. I mean, I'm just saying.
Well, when I say North American culture, because, for example, if I say Canadian culture or American culture, right, in essence, the details of culture, the things that go into basically teaching that kid their super ego, they're very similar, right? And most of the Western world, quote unquote, right, those elements of culture are very similar from country to country. So that's why I say North America, or because the elements of culture, it's not just religion, although religion is the one that we're mostly focusing on right now, right? But it's not just religion, it's not just music. There's a whole bunch of different factors of culture, and I think mostly we don't fully understand even what all of the different elements and sub-elements to culture are, let alone how they function all together to make a fully functional, intact culture that is going to be fully fulfilling and enriching to our children and to the best of their development.
We understand. The whole point is the problem of our culture and everything. Like I always say, it's another channel with the culture. Men create a structure of a culture the women are supposed to pass down and teach to our kids. Our community, that has changed. We see this dysfunctional culture as even we hear Anton Daniels say it all the time. This culture's trash. Because we see what's going on. The mothers changed the structure of a culture what it originally was, and now they're teaching these kids all these trashy ass, ratchet bullshit things. And our boys be it's like, oh man, my mind's been boggled right now.
Man, I don't agree with that, man. Black people in America especially have tons of culture. American culture is Black culture. All the music we listen to, damn near Black people invented it. A lot of the food we eat, Black people invented it. We have culture, okay? It may not be a monolithic culture. We may not all celebrate all the same things, but we have culture. I don't like hearing, like we're some backwards people, man. We got to
Thank you, Mr. Nodal. I agree with that.
Sometimes we are backwards as Black people.
Yeah, sometimes we are backwards, but also, and I didn't say that we don't have culture. I said we don't understand what culture is. We don't.
Why do some people act like everything we do is backwards? Some of it, yes.
But it's not even the problem of whether or not everything we could do could be perfectly functional and cohesive and whatever. But if you have a group of people who don't factually understand even halfway what culture is, they really don't, let alone how to affect a new one, let alone how to affect a functional new one, given the elements surrounding them not being part of or the same as the culture you're trying to affect. I mean, to me, that's where the problems come in. It's not even about Black people either. I just care about Black people, so that's why I will address them more specifically. But it's not just about Black people. It's an overall issue with, like, even immigrant cultures that come over here, right? They're very reliant on the culture surrounding them that they're born and raised into. And so when they bring their kids here and whatever, the kids are already ingrained and the kids are going back regularly to their home country and whatever. That's why by the time you get to the, second or third generation, kids are entirely losing touch with all of those cultural upbringing and beliefs and whatever, because the parents don't really understand functional intact culture anyway, even though they came from one. And let alone how to affect one, let alone how to maintain one, given the fact that the majority of the society around them is not also doing the same, right? It's actually a very complicated issue that generally people find, right? So it's not just like a matter of being Black or whatever. It's a matter of, hey, my culture, the culture that and the religion that's attached to that culture that I would like to embrace and pass down to my children is a very small, minute minority of this society. And not only that, but the way that the society is, it's also not monolithic, and it's incredibly loud and incredibly destructive. So how do I compete? Because that's in essence what you're doing when you're teaching your kids things, because you're teaching them your belief systems to compete with the dominant culture that they're in. Right, and that's where I think the issue.
Well, I'm not doing that.
The parents understand the culture. Those parents rebelled against it. That's the whole.
It's not. But the point, if parents raise their children to come from a certain lifestyle and a certain level of spirituality, it's not to compete with, quote unquote, compete with the dominant culture. It's because they believe that culture is what would make you functional members of society. You know, I mean, when it comes to what Ruby is saying, this is why it's important for parents to properly raise their children, so they won't get caught up. Within the lies and the destructive that society has to offer.
Well, culture is many things, and you can almost choose which ones you want to accept and which ones you don't. Culture can be religion, cuisine, clothing, language, and it's not as if you have to have an exact combination of these things to be functional. You know, like me, I'm a first-generation American, okay? So I was raised with a lot of Nigerian tradition, but I was also raised in America as a Black American by society. So I celebrate both. I can live in both worlds, and I embrace both worlds. I don't have to, I can one day dress as a typical American and tomorrow be in my traditional clothing. They can coexist and be completely functional.
See, that's the problem with being first generation. I know because I'm first generation as well. It's normally actually when you get people who are, say, second or third generation, like I said, that you start actually seeing the true issue and the dissonance of the problem. Not so much with landed immigrants or first generation people. First generation tends to balance very well, actually.
That's because
I see a mixture and think that's a normal culture.
By individuals, okay? So if a child who's, say, second generation American doesn't have anybody teaching them about the traditions of the homeland, then they'll adopt whatever traditions are being taught to them.
I was just about to say that.
That's not necessarily bad, but when you think about tradition, say a cuisine of your culture, it's not as if your parents invented every recipe you eat. The culture they grew up in invented that, and they adopted it and passed it to you. The clothing that they wear, they didn't invent that. The society invented it. So if you take a child 2 generations out of this society, in my case, my parents can show me the food, the clothing, the language, the traditions. But some of that's going to get lost. For example, I don't speak the language. Okay, so when I have kids, I'm not going to be able to teach them the language, and that's going to be one element that's lost.
Well, why was it lost, Mr. Lodo? Did you decide not to learn it? Your own content?
When we were young, they told our parents not to speak it to us because back then they thought it would confuse children. And so my parents were already speakers when they came here. They were already bilingual, so they spoke English to us instead.
See, I think
they didn't teach you to be bilingual also.
No, back then when we were kids, they were told by teachers and things like that it would confuse us, that they should just speak English to us.
But what language is that?
That's the problem right there. They listen to outside voices telling what they should do.
Yeah, that's a fact. I talk to my kids in Spanish, so they know Spanish.
Right. Well,
let me say this though, because I'm also first generation. My parents are from Haiti, so my parents are Haitian immigrants, so I'm first generation. So yeah, I speak Creole. Yeah, I speak Creole. I speak Creole very fluent. I could speak, read, and write in the Creole language. So, and the thing is, say that again.
I got a lot of Haitian homies.
Okay, you in New York, right? So yeah. So
but all the Haitians live in New Jersey.
Oh, New Jersey. Okay. Okay. Yeah, they ain't Jersey. Yeah, but like the thing is, as far as culture is concerned, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of factors that consist of culture. I mean, if you really want to break it down, here, if you consider yourself to be a member of the manosphere, there's a culture there. That's a culture in itself.
Yeah.
Where, in my opinion, the culture is crying over some pussy. That's the culture.
Oh no!
But that's the whole thing. What we're saying,
That's the
culture's
culture,
trash. Because look what we worshiping.
I mean,
Crazy
yeah.
shit.
I mean, there's I mean, but one thing when it comes to differences in culture, I think that in America, I'm not saying anybody here, but just in America, I think we have a hard time with accepting the fact that there are differences with people's culture, and we have to accept that there are differences there. So, and therefore, since there's differences in culture, there's going to be different ways in how parents raise their children. And who are we to say who's wrong and who's right?
Well, I totally agree with that. But here's the thing, right? So far, what we've done in this conversation, if we have addressed specific elements of culture, right? So religion, food, language, whatever, right? But what we're not talking about is the cohesive whole of a culture, because these are all elements that make up a culture, certainly, right? The thing that I'm really talking about, like, for example, if you go to a collectivist culture like in Asia, right? It's not just the fact that it's not a religion necessarily that makes up the collectivist culture, because there are a variety of religions and languages and whatever in Asia, right? But if you think about just that collectivism versus individualism, what are you being taught and bred to believe is a priority, is the way you should? Are you competing with your brother, or are you helping him up? Just like they're little things. It's more than just the language. Like when you lose a language, for example, sometimes you actually literally lose meaning, because words give us meaning. So for example, I can't remember, I'm going to say something that I know is not the right word, Eskimos, but that's what I can remember. So with Eskimos, right, they have like 10, 12, 20 different words for snow, right? We have like, maybe we could think of 3 at max, right? Because we don't need to be able to differentiate between 20 different kinds of snow. Even if we can see it looks a little different than the last snow, it's still snow, who cares? But based on where they live, what their practices are, what their language is, what they eat, everything, it actually mattered that you use the right specific word for the kind of snowfall you're seeing right now, right? And so when you lose that language, you lose those 20 differences, and you also lose a little bit of specificity. And that little bit of specificity is going to change a bunch of different practices without you even recognizing it. It might actually make overall some of those practices less efficient, less safe, whatever it is, right? And so that's what I'm saying when I said most of us do not truly understand what makes a whole cohesive and functional culture, like as a whole, right? We might understand various elements of culture, right? We might understand subcultures that are within a major culture, but I don't think we fully understand a complete culture. And I think that especially becomes problematic when you do have really good intentions of, you see the dominant culture is pretty fucked up and pretty lost and confused, and you want to give your kids better structure, better direction, better morality, whatever it is. But the thing is, if you're not really giving them something, it's kind of like we were saying earlier, you have to teach them that they're gaining something, not that they're losing something. And the only way they can really feel that way is if there's not a bunch of holes kind of all over the place. That is just ignore that. Just turn a blind eye to that at 8 years old. Like, you're not built to literally 100% jump into all of those holes that you see, right? And so that's like, ultimately, I think that's still the problem I'm hearing in this discussion.
That's what I said earlier and everything. People rebelled against their culture, what they feel. But there's one part of their culture where I said, when technically men create a structure, women's supposed to pass it down to our kids and teach it. One of the things of a culture, that aspect, is they teach how men and women supposed to act in their community. People rebelled against that, because if Just like if you was to follow the Bible told women it was as submissive towards their husbands. The men act only supposed to be submissive towards God and everything. Women supposed to act submissive towards the man and everything. Most women have rebelled against that and feel like they should be equal to a man or be submissive towards God and all that mess. Yeah, like they change the structure and stuff. So majority of people they ain't like how their culture was. That's why they change it and try to recreate something new. And that's why it gets so messed up. It is, or they decide not to teach them. It gets lost in third generation, fourth, and everything. Yeah, like because they always let outside influences tell them, you shouldn't do this, do that, and everything. But I'm like,
Okay.
oh, if I was to marry a Latina, my kids is going to learn Spanish also too. To learn their culture, both my black culture and his or her Latina culture, Latin culture. Sorry, Latin culture. Yeah, like I got biracial cousins that's part black, part Latino, and only I know my cousin's twin sons, they don't speak Spanish. Their mother speaks Spanish, but they don't speak Spanish. I was kind of like a little surprised, like, damn, like, cousin, like I'm sure teach your sons like they can speak Spanish, like yeah, so they can be an advantage they can have because they both black and Latino, they learn both cultures. So yeah, I feel like I want my kids to be bilingual and stuff. Yeah,
because some parents they really want their kids to assimilate. So they won't
still assimilate.
That's mostly what it is.
Yeah, I know, but they can still assimilate. You know what I'm saying? Why they still learning their culture and stuff like that. Like what they do out in the open and everything. Like, okay, if they want to assimilate, good. But then you know what? I can still teach them on the low and everything. You can still assimilate by actually. If you feel like you ain't got to show yourself off, of your culture. Okay, when you home, I teach you the culture, but I also teach you another way to assimilate, so they won't know like that until you feel like what. If I got my own companies and everything that I'm running in the way that I'm making all this money, I won't have to be ashamed of showing my culture and stuff.
But I mean, in America, not teaching your kid Spanish is a big mistake because there's a lot of Spanish speakers here. I mean, it'd be one thing if they were trying to get them to assimilate from another culture, but in America, Spanish speaking is important. I mean, people who don't even have Latin culture are trying to learn Spanish.
Yeah, I know, but you'd be surprised. I mean, like Latinos, Hispanic don't speak Spanish as much. They can't even read it.
But I mean, as much as I say it's regrettable, I know how you can end up like that. You're not just going to be around a language and absorb it. Like people think if you're just around a language, you'll pick it up. I can tell you firsthand that that's not the case.
Yeah, that has to be taught from as soon as that kid is born. You have to teach that kid, like breed them when they.
Yeah, it has to be fluent. By the time they're 5 or 6, they need to be speaking whatever language as well as they're speaking English.
Exactly.
No, well, that's not true because I didn't start learning French until I was 5, and I'm fully bilingual. And my parents don't speak the language, right? But here we have something called French immersion, where basically you can do all of your schooling up to the end of high school in French. And so like literally they teach you everything in French. Like you don't learn anything in English until like the 5th or 6th grade, and they teach you English in English, and that's it. Which is what my parents signed me up for. But
I'm not saying you can't learn after 5, but I'm saying if you grow up in a household with a non-English speaker, that non-English speaker should be speaking to you from the crib.
Yeah,
they should, right? And actually that's what like a lot of my friends, so the people I grew up with that we did French immersion, we talk to kids, all of our friends' kids and whatever, we speak to them in French or English interchangeably. And then we have some friends whose kids know 4 languages because they know French, English, plus whatever background, maybe Italian and Hindu or whatever, right? So like kids can literally, we have a language learning mechanism in our brains. So when you're first born, you can hear every sound of speech from every language across the planet. And you can learn as many of those languages as someone will interact with you in. So if you know 50 different people who speak 50 different languages, as a small baby, you can learn all 50 of those languages at the exact same time, never be confused, never mix it up, never whatever. It's a part of your brain that specializes in language and will only forget parts of language you don't hear in the first year, and then it gets harder and harder. So if you start learning before the age of 8, like I did, right, the way my brain processes French, it processes it like it's a first language. Like I had learned it like when I first started learning English. If you start learning after that age, it's processed in a different place in your brain. And then if you don't learn language, the language by the age of 13, when your language skills, like that mechanism turns off, you're always going to suck at it. Let's be real, right? It's always going to suck at it. Yeah, it is.
True. It's immersion that matters. My friend married a Colombian girl who barely spoke English when she came to America. Now she's fluent she's been here 7 years, 8 years now. She's fluent. She gets all the jokes. She raps Eminem songs.
I'm sure she does. Here's the thing, though, right? Is that people who don't speak English at all can rap in English if someone teaches them the word.
In her case, she understands it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying,
language.
I'm not talking about understanding.
Translate it in her head.
I'm talking about speaking, first of all, and second of all, I'm talking about speaking well. So here's the thing, right? And this is why if you bring an 8-year-old to Canada who's never spoken English before in their lives ever, and you drop them into Canada or America and only speak English speaking, by the time they're adults, they won't have an accent at all. They will sound like everyone else that was born and raised in that country. But if you bring them after a certain age, they will always have an accent. And it's because your brain literally loses the ability to hear certain parts of speech that are not in your native language. That's why, for example, like Filipino, right? They don't have the sound f in their language, therefore they can't hear it, therefore they don't vocalize it, right? Because they don't hear it. When we say Filipino, they hear Filipino, which is why they say it like that, right? Like it's not like, and that's just how it is. So if all of the speech sounds that you need to speak English are also being spoken in their language, well, it'll be fine then, right? Because they can hear it all. But if it's not, right? So like if us learning Mandarin, if I go to try to learn Mandarin and there's parts of Mandarin that are just not in English or French, I cannot hear them anymore. Literally, my brain has shut off the ability for me to hear that new speech sound, right? I studied linguistics for a little while.
You said it yourself. You process things differently. Everybody processes things differently. So how you learned it is the percentage group of people how you learned it the way you learned it. There's gonna be a percentage group of people that might learn it how Mr. Know-it-all learned it. Everybody, there's different groups of people that learn different languages and stuff different than others. Just like how you learn math. I might learn math different than yours, despite me being in a classroom.
Yeah, but you can learn however. That's not the point. The point is literally the way that the human brain works. It's like if you haven't heard a speech sound, if you haven't learned a speech sound by the age of 13, if you've never learned how to speak any language, period, after the age of 13, like wild children, they will never learn how to speak a language. Ever. They can learn how to understand a language, but they will never learn how to speak a language. Go look up Genie.
Like you, that's what I'm saying. Everybody's different. Just like you said, we know we're not a monolith.
No, it's not about being a monolith.
The same way as you would, just like you would say. But there's also a group of people that might learn the language differently.
Look up Genie. No, forget it. Look up Genie. Look up Genie and look up wild children. The reason why we know that the human brain has a learning mechanism for languages and that it entirely shuts off at 13. So if you have not learned how to speak any language at all by the age of 13, you will never learn how to speak a language. It's because of children who unfortunately have lived horrible, isolated, normally abused lives, and so no one has ever spoken to them, so they have never learned spoken language. And when they are found after the age of 13, they never learn how to speak a language. They do research studies that prove
abusive lives, right?
But
you're saying talking about feral children. Learn because they
if you look up feral children, wild children,
they processing trauma. That's what
no, it has nothing to do with trauma. Just like if you take small babies, okay, and you play them sounds of speech, okay, the older that they get, you can see that they can no longer hear certain sounds of speech, and they lose the ability to hear sounds of speech in languages that they're not in or they're not spoken to in a regular basis. They lose more and more of that ability as they get older up to a certain age. Or again, like I said, you can just take the billions of immigrants all over the place, and then you can see the ones who sound like they can speak a language fluently without an accent versus the ones that will always have an accent. I mean, at the end, this is like literally objective researched fact. Like I'm not like making it up.
I know that, but also the research facts, and even speaking to people also too that learn languages differently the way you're saying it. So I'm speaking to people.
Which way did I say you learn language?
I live in New York City, speaking with different cultures. So they told me themselves.
What does it have to do with what I said?
I'm rebelling against what you said because, like I said, there's a group of people. Like I'm not saying you're wrong, but they all not going to learn the same way, the way you're saying it.
What am I saying?
There's going to be a group of people that are going to learn the way you're saying it, but also there's going to be a group of people.
What am I saying?
Everybody's going to learn languages, even speak it differently at different times. Everybody's brain don't process the same way.
That's not the way. That's not the way the human brain works.
No, that's the way your human brain works. My human brain might not work.
No, it's not about my brain because I know how to speak two different languages. That has nothing to do with you.
Like I said, we could be in the same math class.
Okay, you know what? Actually, I don't have time to do this dumb shit. So you let me know when you're done.
In the same math class, you can learn the math problems more faster than I could. I might learn it differently and come up with a different answer, but a different way and stuff like that. Yeah, I think we got dyslexic the way we are, the way it is. They learn things differently than the way other people do.
Ruby, you said that Filipino people can't hear the F sound, the F sound. That's where I disagree with you because these sounds that we make, they're just, all they are is combinations of tongue placement, lip and teeth and placement. An F and a V and there might be another one. Those are called, you say you study linguistics, right? Those are called fricatives. Are you telling me that a Filipino person, if they put their tooth to their lip and make the F sound, they're going to hear a P?
Yes.
No way.
Well, it depends again on when they learned English and this is, or when they learned a language that makes that sound. And this is why, again, like it's an objective fact. You can just look it up because different languages have different speech sounds. English does not use all of the possible speech sounds. It literally doesn't. Right. And so a lot of times, just like, for example, our brains have no problem, no matter how fast or slow someone is speaking, our brains have no problem parsing out English. Right. Even if the person's not really taking a break between word to word to word, we have no problem parsing out English. Why? Because our brains, during the correct developmental window, when our language learning mechanisms were on full blast, our brains learned it. Right. We hear it. So we can parse English very easily. Right. Whereas if we're listening to a language that has no similarities with English as far as syntax and grammar and whatever, and on top of that, it has different speech sounds, we cannot parse out how many different words were even said in that sentence, let alone what the word said. We can't parse out how many words were said.
Isolated in that environment for 5 years, you wouldn't learn it.
No, you would absolutely learn. If you know how to speak language, you would learn the language, just like people come here at 30 even and learn the language. But what do they speak with? They speak with an accent. Why do they speak with an accent? They speak with an accent because short of you going and paying a lot of money for a speech therapist to literally move your mouth and your tongue around and teach you how to speak, even though it's not going to come naturally to you ever, because actually they've done this. They have done this before. They've done this countless times. And the people who can now speak English or another language without an accent at all still say that they can't hear the difference between the way they used to say it and the way they say it now. But they paid a lot of money so they could speak without that defect. I'm just telling you, it's literally you can just Google it.
What you're talking about is not that I've been Googling this whole time you're talking. I'm not finding much supporting what you're saying. Now, all it really boils down to, the reason why they struggle to make these sounds, it's not because they can't hear the sounds. It's because they don't have practice making the mouth formations that produce the sound. I remember I met some girl in Colombia, and she had a problem saying V because it made her lips tickle.
Okay, you know what? Why don't you if you could email me, I would get your email address down now, but I'm literally trying to clean up a flood. So email me, ruby@classicruby.com, and when I have a second, sometime in the next couple of days, I will forward you information from my linguistics courses. So that way, then we're all speaking on, because I could like use words like phonemes and whatever, but like it's not going to make things clear. I think it would just be easier if I just send you the information, because I'm not like making it up. Like this is just something I happen to have learned from my study in linguistics.
I'm disputing it, is what I'm saying. Even if you send me the information, I'd like to see it with my own eyes, because
that's what I'm saying. I'll send it to you.
I've studied linguistics on my own a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, so when you talk about phonemes and things, I already know what you're talking about. But it just seems a little bit far-fetched that somebody, if I'm making a fricative F sound, would hear the letter P.
Well, see, I understand why it would be far-fetched for you, right? But here's the thing. What I've noticed, I don't know if you've ever had this experience where someone's done this to you, and they've like, it's a language you don't know at all, and then you ask them, how do you say whatever in your language? And then they tell you, and you say it back, and you think you said it perfectly. And they go, no, it's like this. And then they say the word again. And you're like, I said it exactly. I said it perfect. And they're like, no, you're not saying it right. And so even though you hear it when they say it, and then you repeated it, you heard it perfectly. You're like, no, I said it perfectly. What are you talking about? And they're like, no, you didn't. You said it wrong, right? That actually is the same function. The problem is, since you don't have the ability to hear what you're not saying correctly, then you don't have the ability, like you're missing out. I, for example, because I was never taught how to speak patois, I was never taught how to speak it because, well, it was beaten out of my mother. So she never spoke it. And, you know, my dad socialized very early. So he just spoke Canadian, that was it. So I never learned how to speak patois. I understand it, right? Because, you know, my family speaks it and whatever, but I never learned how to speak it. When I say certain things, I can hear how wrong I'm saying it, and I can't figure out how to say it right. So I'm guessing it, like, and when I try to do the right thing, it feels weird for me to say it, but I can also hear it, right? Whereas in a friend of mine who was not born and raised in patois, right? They don't hear what I'm saying wrong, even though I hear it. They don't hear it. I can hear what I'm saying wrong. I try to explain it, and they can't hear it. Or like when I try to teach people French words, and they swear to God they're saying the right thing. It's not that it's a complicated thing. They literally think they just said the right thing. They did the right thing. And even when you try to explain to them, no, it's like this, they just don't hear it, right? And I totally understand what you're saying. For me, it was a new concept when I learned it. I didn't even know about morphemes and phonemes and I didn't know about all that when I learned it, let alone the fact that you could just, like, babies are born knowing how to speak and understand every language on the planet, and that by the age of 2 they've lost the ability how to hear like 80% of like speech sounds that they don't need. I didn't know that that was a possibility, but it is. It's literally a thing. Like, I'm not making it up. It's a thing that just happens in normal human development. Just like in normal human development, if you are, actually it happens in animal development in general, if you are not allowed to look around at the environment while you're manipulating the environment, so you're moving around in it in some way, you lose the ability how to see certain things. That sounds absolutely batshit. I totally get it, but it's just the way the human brain works, because we have developmental windows and we have learning mechanisms in our brain that shut on and off at different parts of our development. And so once they shut off, that's it, they're done, right? But while they're on, you need to be doing certain things in order for your brain to learn and process these things correctly.
It sounds to me like what you're doing is you're taking scientific research that's progressing and still not definitive and putting a stamp on it like it's been settled. I don't think it's that cut and dry. Maybe.
Well, what I'm saying is pretty. I'm not like. If I take stuff that is conclusive and then I add my own opinion, I'll tell you I just added my own opinion. I have no problem.
The analogy you just gave about when someone tries to pronounce a word and I pronounce it and I think I pronounce it perfectly, that's not typically the experience I have. Typically, the experience I have is I hear the way they're pronouncing it and I'm surprised that I can't produce the same sound myself. I hear the different sound, but when I try to match it, I struggle. That's the experience I have.
And like
it's
I
not
said,
that I don't hear it or that when I say it, it sounds exactly like they say it. That's not the
And
to
how many
be,
different languages have you done this with?
well, for one, my parents' language that I grew up with, there's words I can't pronounce. I
That's
hear it,
literally what I just said. It's the same thing with me, with the language
but
of my people that I can't speak, but I can
you
hear
said
what
that,
I'm saying wrong.
okay. And then there was and I met another girl that was from, I don't know where she was from. She was from some Norwegian country, Norway maybe, or I don't know, Sweden or something. And she was pronouncing words that we couldn't, like you said, we couldn't parse it. We couldn't tell when one word began and one word ended. And she would say it slower, and we were trying to produce the same sounds, but we couldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's thousands of languages out there, so I can't attest to all of them.
Yeah. But like, and
But
so
what I'm
parsing is,
telling you is, I from my own experience, I've heard sounds that sounded strange to me, and I couldn't reproduce them.
have you ever tried to say some words in Urdu?
No.
Right.
I don't
So
know
that was actually the first time I had that experience. I had a friend who spoke Urdu, and so I was trying to, like, I was asking, how do you say this? How do you say this? And that was actually the first time. I was like 19. It was the first time I had this experience where, like, literally, I'm saying, to me, it sounds perfect, and he's like, you're not saying it right at all. Like, it's, and I'm like, what do you mean at all? Like, that's with the accent. He's like, no, you're not saying it right. That's not what it is. You're doing the wrong thing. And he was trying, like, and I could not hear it. And I remember, like, that happening. And I was like, I thought they were just kind of maybe screwing with me. But, you know, it happened again with a similar language. It wasn't Urdu, but it was another one from Pakistan. And so the point is, though, right, now understanding, oh, wait a minute, well, phonemes, morphemes, some languages all have very similar speech sounds, right? So like Italian, French, Spanish, you know, they're all very similar speech sounds. So if you know one of those languages, it's very easy to pick up the other ones, right? You know, and from, I mean, to the best of my understanding generally, other than like maybe the way you roll an R or whatever, the speech sounds are very similar to English too, right? There's not a lot of speech sounds that are literally different in those languages. So not every single language is going to have radically different speech sounds, but some languages do have radically different speech sounds that just don't exist in some other languages, and vice versa.
That's a far different thing than saying you can't hear it at all.
Well, but now I was talking about developmental windows, right? And the fact that if you don't hear, okay, how to explain it? So when you're a baby, when you're a baby, no, when you're a baby,
what I'm saying is I dispute the findings.
Okay, but when you're a baby, right? You think about how much energy it takes to maintain brain cells, to maintain memory, to maintain functioning. So when you're a baby, they have no idea, right? Your body as a human, you have no idea what you're going to be born into as far as what language people are going to be speaking, what experiences you're going to need to understand, whatever, right? So, and this is why a baby from any country can be placed into a family from anywhere else in any other country, and they are going to be just as fluent in the language as anyone else, no matter what their race or whatever, right? But here's the thing, it would be very wasteful and costly from a metabolic perspective, from a brain cell perspective, for you to still be able to hear, learn, and understand every single language for the rest of your life. It doesn't make any sense, because as human beings, we evolved to generally, like, once we learned this one language from our tribe, we were very unlikely to ever encounter another language. So we didn't really evolve the ability to keep using this very costly ability to keep learning languages for the rest of our lives. We just don't. There's a cutoff. We're very unlikely in our evolutionary history after the age of 13 to encounter other languages that we would need to now be able to learn and understand and replicate, right? It's very unlikely. So that's what that comes down to. That's what that comes from. And that's where most of these things come from in general. We evolved to learn certain things at certain times, and we also learned to turn off those mechanisms. We evolved to do that because they're very metabolically costly. And if you can continue to do that, that means you would be wasting kind of resources that are better put elsewhere. For example, the fusiform face area, your ability to keep learning new faces for the rest of your life, it's on point. but that would be a more useful thing to be able to identify new faces, right? Because kids are going to keep being born. Enemies might keep traipsing into your camp, so on and so forth. So to be able to recognize faces, to be able to recognize new faces, to be able to learn new faces and the information, or to be able to read new expressions you've never seen before, that's a very useful skill in our evolutionary history. So we retain the ability to do it. That's what human beings are all about. See, Blaze got it.
Quiet. It got real quiet, right? I don't know.
Mm-hmm. It did.
Ruby's just saying the same things over and over in different ways. That we have cutoff points. I get it. Developmental ways.
I like Blaze. I think Blaze learned a lot of this. That's right. Necessity dictates ability. Damn right.
Yeah.
Which is to say that if you were in an environment and you had to learn to make a sound, you could do it.
Facts.
Like I said, you email me, I will send you the information. That's all I got.
Game changer stuff?
What was the original topic of this show anyway?
Sex.
Well, we debating. It's kind of like a debate show tonight, but we were talking about damn, I even forgot.
It was something about sex and the getting to know you or something like that.
Right. So pretty much sex. Because I was watching Basketball Wives, and I don't know if I explained it earlier, but pretty much they were telling Jennifer that she needs to have sex with a guy to see what it's like before she gets into a serious relationship with him. So what is your take on that?
That she would have to have sex before she got in a serious relationship with him?
Yeah, so she can know if the sex is trash or not.
I mean, I don't know. I guess it just depends on an individual's priorities. I'm pretty sure a lot of women settle down with men who are trash in bed because they have other things going for them. Money, resources, fame, whatever. So, I don't know. It's to each their own. I mean, you got to decide what you can live the next 30 years without. 30, 40 years.
Right. But how important is sex in a relationship to you?
It's hard to say. I mean, I'm not married, but I imagine as the longer you stay with someone, the less important it would become.
That's true.
If there's other things working within the relationship, there's no way these people who've been together for 50 years are still having sex like they did when they were newlyweds. There's something else keeping them together.
Right.
So I don't know. I mean, I could say it's important, but I mean, if I met a woman who just had the other intangibles to such a degree that, you know, less than stellar sex, I might be able to tolerate that.
But then I have a question for you. So, in your opinion, do you think that sex life, like it's just your natural chemistry and it is what it is, either it's going to be great or it's going to suck, or do you think that's something you can learn and develop over time?
I think you can learn and develop to an extent. You can always improve, but you know, if like a guy is lacking in size downstairs, I mean, how much can he really make up? Well, I mean, it also depends on the anatomy of the woman too. But like, let's just say we're throwing a sausage down a hallway type situation. Like, how much better can you really get?
I mean, there's Kegels, right? So, I mean, I don't think women are actually like. I mean, really, it's like the muscles, right? So if a woman does Kegels, I think she can tighten up considerably. But
yeah, but what if it's not girth, it's length? What if he's 2 inches hard?
actually, I don't know. Well, let me ask about Melody. In your opinion, do you care more about length or girth?
Girth.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too. Honestly, I mean, I haven't done it, but I would think 2 inches of a decent enough girth would be preferable to very, very long but very, very skinny. That's what I think. You know.
Well, how skinny do they get though?
Well, when we're talking micro, I have seen one micro, and it was about as skinny as my pinky, literally, and about 2 knuckles of my pinky. So.
Okay, so a guy that's
pretty.
Can he improve? Could his technique improve to the point where that didn't matter?
I think, okay, yes and no. As in, could his head game and his finger game and his toy game be so epic that I don't care what size his, micro penis is? Yes. Because ultimately, well, at least for me, it just comes down to satisfaction, and that's it. So if I can walk away satisfied, then I don't necessarily care how we got there. Like I don't know, girls. I hear girls talk all the time about, he rammed me for 6 hours and whatever. I just don't really see the point. Like, I don't see why it matters how long it took or whatever. I think, to me, I'm like, doesn't it just matter how many times you reached the O and how great the O was, and how you were all exhausted and glistening and lovey-dovey afterwards? Like, to me, that matters more than other things like endurance and whatever. That's me. I don't know.
That still falls under the umbrella of sex, so the sex still has to be good, right?
Yeah, but like oral, I'm a big fan of receiving head. I don't know if you heard those stories, but I'm a big fan of receiving head. So I could probably have lived off of just that as long as it was amazing, right? Like if you were good at that and you were willing to learn how to be better if you didn't start off great, like I could work with that,
How much time do you give a guy to improve?
Well, okay, I'm different because I don't have sex as part of the getting to know you process, nor do I think it matters at all when it comes to like vetting a new guy or whatever. To me, we have to already have gotten to that place in the relationship where we're serious, committed, monogamous for me to have sex with you anyway. So with that being said, to me, this is just to me, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with anyone else, but to me, if I'm already in love with you and you're in love with me, we're already committed, everything else, all the cylinders are firing, elsewhere, as long as he is willing to learn and to be taught and whatever, I don't really care as long as the willingness stays there. Then whatever, because to me, I'm like, in theory, I've locked down with you for like a lifetime, right? So then I got time.
Okay, well, that answers the question then. That it does eventually have to get good, though.
Well, yeah, but I also believe that it's not like, okay, I think to some extent you have to have some type of attraction to someone to want to be in a relationship with them. I think sexual chemistry is something you can learn, or actually something that you do learn and develop and grow over time. Like, I don't think that if you're looking for just like, I think as a woman, I just think that trying to find someone who was just like magical on day one and they just happen to be able to read your mind and read all your best places and read all your whatever just automatically without your input, like, I feel like that's like looking for that as like an exercise in futility. Whereas in, again, finding a guy who's just eager and willing to learn You know, he wants to learn your body and learn all your little pressure points and learn what makes you feel good, and he's willing to put in that work. Then it's the fun along the way of getting to learn those things. And as long as you're both open and, you know, to the experience, I think that that's like the best possible experience you can have.
Facts.
Well, I mean, I agree with that. You shouldn't be writing somebody off on a first sexual experience. Although, you know, I do hear some women do that.
True.
Yeah.
About you, Melody, how important is it? I mean, you maybe already said this earlier. I wasn't here earlier in the stream. But how important is it to you?
It's not, I mean, it's not that important to see, I don't know, because I get into relationships without having sex first. So it's not that important to me,
Right.
honestly.
But have you ever gotten into a relationship and then afterwards the sex was bad?
Yes. I think we all have.
What happened to the relationship over time? Did the sex improve, or did the relationship deteriorate because the sex was bad, or what?
Well, the sex didn't get better if it was already bad. But there were other things in a relationship that kept us together over sex.
And you didn't care that the sex was bad?
I mean, I cared, but you know, it is what it is. Like, no relationship is perfect.
Okay, so if the sex was bad, were you did it make you less willing to have sex? Like, maybe it was bad for you, but to him it was exhilarating, and he kept wanting to do it, and you're like, eh.
Yeah, I mean, I'll make him happy. If he wanted, we can do it. He didn't know that it was bad.
So you never told him?
Damn, you didn't tell him?
I mean, I didn't want to hurt his feelings. This was, you know, this was
okay.
This was a long time ago when the sex was bad.
That's your fault. Yeah. You don't have to say, listen, this sex is bad, you need to get better. But you could be like, hey, you know what I like? X, Y, and Z. Do this, try that.
But what if it's really, really bad and there's no hope?
How bad can it be?
It can be really, really bad. It can. I'm not gonna put my business out there like that, but
unfixably
believe
bad?
me, yeah, sex can be that bad.
So what made it bad then? What made it bad?
Well, I don't think it's the size of the penis that matter. I think it's the motion, like you know, how the man do it. Sometimes it just might suck. He don't know how to move correctly, no rhythm. It can be a lot of things.
Yep, I agree with that.
Right?
Absolutely. Yep. That's what, you know what? I think that's the thing, like for me at least, and that's part of like the whole effort thing though, like he should be a guy who's tuned into you, who cares about you, is not just he's not gonna suck. I mean, because he's gonna notice you're not enjoying it. Like, you know what I mean? Like you shouldn't have to spell it out. He should be trying to look for signs that you're either having a good time or you're really, really, really not. Right. And I mean, if he's selfish like that, then to me the relationship isn't really probably going anywhere anyway, because
But were you faking it though?
That's true. I mean, I'm not super great at faking anything. Like, I'm more like the person who's gonna let you know. Like, I will be like, no, we're wasting our time. Let's not bother. I will say stuff like that. Honestly,
maybe Melody's really good at faking, and he thought he was doing it well.
No, I mean, I'm not gonna personalize it. I'm not gonna talk about myself, but women do fake it just to keep him pleased.
Yeah, like, okay, there are times, for example, like, let's say you just tired, you're not really into it today, but he really wants some, right? I would fake it like in a one-off, because I'm like, there's nothing he can do to make me want this more or like it more. I'm not really in the mood. So I'm just going to try to get him off as fast as possible so I can go on about my business and watch some TV or whatever. I'm tired, right? That's different than his overall skills suck. And he doesn't know. I'm going to be the one who's going to tell you, like, dude, listen, I can see you're trying really, really hard, But it's not working. So can we try something else? Like, I will tell you, someone lied to you. Oh, your ex-girlfriend used to love that? I don't think she did, or she lied to you.
You straight up tell him, huh?
Yeah, no, I'll tell you, because to me, I'm like, it's just wasting my time. I don't like to waste my time. I think that's a problem. So like, I will tell you, you're wasting my time. Like, no.
That's fair. Real quick, let me read the super chat. Thank you, Dane C, for the $2 super chat. He says, salute Melody, Ruby Rube, GC, and Mr. T.
Hey,
Dane,
what's
thank
up,
you,
Dane?
brother. Yeah, you can read that one, Ruby.
You said, no more head for Ruby. You had enough. Hashtag head thief. No, I know. That's why I said, I'm like, I don't know if you were here for that one, but
oh my god,
Ruby gets a lot of head. That's what it is. Ruby gets a lot of head. I know.
That's funny.
I do. I apologize. No, I don't. I'm lying. I think that's what it is, though, right? Is having that experience that I did, like, taught me that most guys are pretty eager to please. Honestly, most guys do want to, they want to be successful at the very least, either for their own ego or because they genuinely want you to feel good. So most guys, like, well, on one side you're scared of hurting their ego and whatever, so you have to learn the right way to talk to the guy that in question, but most guys, because they really want to so bad, that's why women learn to fake it, because they know he'll just keep going until she has a no. But the problem is, if he's not doing it right, then you could do this forever. But see, because of my whole I'm only gonna have sex with you after I already see a future and we're already serious and whatever thing, I'm like, I gotta start teaching you. Just like I assume he would have to teach me some things, right? Because my ex might have thought XYZ thing I do is fantastic, and for him, he didn't like that, right? So like, I need him to tell me what kind of pressure you want where, what kind of hands you want where, like, what do you like and what don't you like? Because and I think that I let him start teaching me stuff first too, because that normally helps encourage guys. Like, if they are free to speak out and you just jump onto that willingly and you're like, oh, okay, yay, and you don't take it as an insult to your skills or get all insecure, then they learn, like, oh, we can talk about this kind of stuff, and it's not like something that should upset you. So I feel like if I let him teach me some stuff first, then it makes him more open to, oh, we're just trying new stuff together, babe, because we really enjoy exploring each other, right, babe?
Yeah.
So I try to go about it like that, I guess.
That's perfect.
Melody, did you ever initiate sex with the bad sex guy?
Yes.
Damn, I was hoping you say no, because then that could be a sign. If your woman's never initiating sex, that you suck. But
yeah, but you have to sometimes.
I don't initiate sex, period. So.
Really? Oh, you don't?
No, not at all.
Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, because if I'm the aggressor in any way, shape, or form, it's not a turn on to me at all. So I get literally zero pleasure whatsoever from it, like nothing. I will be just dead down there. I would have to use like lube and then just pretend the whole time. Like, I just get zero pleasure from being the aggressor in any way. So
I'm just saying, like, you didn't just like kiss, like initiate the kiss or something. That's what I mean. Like, I didn't initiate the actual sex, but I might just like kiss him first or something, and let him start peeling the clothes off. Like.
If you want it, you gotta come get it.
But that's what I mean. I guess no then. I guess.
Like, even just like, actually, honestly, I'm not a touchy-feely person. I think most women are more touchy-feely in general. They like to cuddle. They like to be like just physically intimate, and I don't. I mostly don't like to be touched at all. And I'm not really a physically intimate person either. So some types of physical touch just don't occur to me. Like, it doesn't occur to me like, oh, you need to hold each other, or cuddle up with each other, or hold each other's hands, like those types of things I don't think of necessarily. So if you want things like that from me, you have to come get them. Like it's and I like everyone I've been with, I've taught that. Like I will never shut you down ever. I promise, because I know that it's daunting that, you know, maybe you need a hug today or a kiss, or maybe we're fighting and you still really need someone to hold your hand or whatever, right? So I always tell guys, like, if you come for it, I will never shut you down or turn you away, like ever. But there's a good chance that the amount of touching you need is going to be a lot more than what I need. And like, it's not on purpose. I feel like we just touched 5 seconds ago, and meanwhile it was like 3 days ago. Like I'm bad with stuff like that.
Well, I don't know. Usually holding hands and stuff is what the woman initiates.
Yep, I know. And that's the worst part, is most guys are like that, right? Like the woman initiates that kind of stuff and whatever. But because I don't, you know, guys who didn't realize they liked stuff like that learn very quickly that they like stuff like that, right? Because they didn't realize how much they were using that as, you know, comfort, or a sign she likes you, or a sign she's attracted to you, or whatever, until they come across someone like me who's like low-key autistic, and therefore, you know, like honestly, like there are times where I'm just like, don't touch me at all. Like I warn people when I feel like that, but I'm like, I'm pretty sure I might be autistic, because I just don't like to be touched sometimes, like at all. Like I find it really uncomfortable when most people touch me at all. Like it's just personal space. I don't really like, if you can't rub me. If you're gonna touch me, you can't rub me. So like, you know, people like to be like rubbed. Maybe they use like a hand or like a thumb and they like rub you. Oh my God, that makes me so uncomfortable. Like
really?
So uncomfortable. Yeah.
I like to be rubbed, like my hair or my back, my feet. I like to be rubbed. You don't like your feet rubbed?
No. Like if you're gonna rub my feet, it would have to be like you're a massage therapist. Like,
really?
Yeah, I don't like to be rubbed, like that soft rubby. It makes my nerves, like it makes my skin crawl. Like even thinking about it, I don't like to be touched. So
I do. I love that. That soft rub, like to my skin. I like that.
no, not me. And see, that's probably why I don't initiate touch, right? Because most people, like if you want to be rubbed, for example, you'd probably rub him, and then he kind of, you know, reciprocates. So it's like if I initiate too much touch with you, you're gonna start touching me too much, and then I'm gonna start getting uncomfortable because you're past my level, like my threshold of touch. You're way past it now. Like
Yeah. No, I get it. People are different, I guess. But I love someone to play in my hair, rub it soft and gentle or something like that. I really do. It's so weird that you don't.
So
I'm
Ruby, you're saying you
telling you.
don't like foreplay then?
No, I love foreplay.
Just not the type that involves touching.
No, because having sex is having sex, right? I'm talking about non-sex intimacy, as in people like to touch each other, right? They like to cuddle and they like to touch, and you know, watching TV and rub each other and stuff. Like people like to touch each other. It's just the thing humans do, and I don't like that. Like if you're going to touch me for something very specific, like for example, a back massage because my muscles are tight. So you're giving me like a therapeutic massage, like a hard one to loosen up a muscle, sure. Or like, again, you know, oh, we're going to have sex. So now we're engaging in sexual foreplay, sure. Right? Like that's fine. But like you're just touching me to be intimate and close? No, that's what I don't like.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's like my favorite, for someone to like gently rub me.
Oh,
and you hate
gently.
it. Oh my God, yeah, gently.
Oh no. You know, I think we were talking about this the other day. I've been seeing a lot of my mother over this crisis, and I think it's because my mom's a pest. And so she knew that these things already kind of made me a little uncomfortable when I was a kid. So she would go out of her way to like impose it on me even worse. Do you know what I mean? So it was like,
oh my God.
Yeah. So I think in a way she was using it almost like as a weapon. She thought it was funny what my reaction is. So I think that just kind of like made it even worse. So now it's like, nah, I don't like when anyone touches me at all. Just don't touch me.
Aww.
Yeah, no, she was the worst. Like, Absolutely. And she would do it because she thought it was funny. And it's like, it wasn't funny to me, but there was like no respect to those boundaries, like my personal touch boundaries. Yeah, no, my mom thought it was funny to violate
like to pet your hair and stuff like that.
Yeah. Or she would like dig her toes underneath me when we're both sitting on the couch and then wiggle her toes around. And so that's why I don't like movement. Like if you're gonna touch me, you have to put your hand, like when Mr. Rubes touches me, he has to put his hand on my leg and then not move his hand at all. If he starts moving his hand at all, I start freaking out, right? Because it's because of her, because she does these things. I swear she does it on purpose to bother me, and she just watches my face to see if I'm going to get upset today. It's just like she's the worst, honestly.
So it really bothered you so bad.
Yeah, it really does. But I do think I'm autistic. Like people say stuff like that all the time, but I honestly think I might really be, because I'm so sensitive to so many different like things that are just like normal for normal people, like sounds and touch and just change. I don't like change at all. And I don't deal well with disappointment, sudden change, whatever. Like I overreact, and I know I do. But I'm like, those are all symptoms of people who have Asperger's disorder, right? Or like I'm really, really smart in the things that I know, and I know so much, and I'll deep dive for like weeks and whatever. Like I'm really great with stuff like that. But then the things I don't know at all. And I have no interest in knowing, like history and stuff. Like, no, don't care. Evolution, yeah, but history, no.
You know what I've noticed about you? You get annoyed fast.
I do, yeah.
Very, very fast.
Yeah, I do.
Like if we're having a conversation, I say something that's annoying to you.
Yeah.
I can tell you're annoyed. I'm like, she's getting annoyed.
No, I do. I get very... Yeah, no, it's not on purpose. Like, it's just like, I have a low threat. Like, okay, at this time of day, no, I don't. But like, especially if I have to do things early in the day when, you know, my biological clock is reversed. So for me, early is like 7 p.m., 8 p.m. I have a low threshold for everything. Like I'm not a particularly patient person at all. Right. So it's like, that's why I surround myself with people I like. Like I have to like major qualities about the person to want to speak to them. So like I like you because I just think you're just so genuine, and you're just so like genuinely sweet and nice and open and whatever.
Yeah.
So those are traits I really like. Or like you say shit that I think is really funny. So yeah, so like I can work with that, right? So I'm like, okay, you might say something that I think is annoying, but then if I question it, your response of why you said or did that thing, I'll just find so cute. It's so endearing or so hilarious that it just like erases the annoyance factor for me. And then I'm like, Melody's adorable.
I honestly don't say anything on purpose to make people mad. I try not to. And if I do, I'll say, oh, you know, I apologize. I didn't mean it that way.
Yeah.
Like, seriously.
No, exactly. That's why I don't actually say to you, Melody, you're so annoying. I would never say that, because I'm like, you're not trying, like, you know, it's just, I just don't have any patience for life. Like, it's not a you problem, it's a me problem, right? But that's why I have to like people to talk to them outside of, like, say, a panel or something. I have to like you. Like, I have to like actual things about you, because I know it's a me problem. So I don't want like an apology, or like, I don't know, but I'm not like an apology kind of person anyway. Like, I don't, like, if we're just over it, let's just be over it. Like,
yeah, and I think that's what I like about you. You're different. You're not like everybody else. So
that's for sure.
You know, yeah, you're real cool.
Aw, thank you.
You're welcome. I appreciate it. But Dane, thanks for the super chat.
Oh, hey.
I'm so happy that Ruby decided to come tonight to the show. I mean,
girl,
you guys haven't got a show from us in a while, but surprise.
True. No one's gotten a show from me. Literally, I have been MIA from everything for 2 weeks now. So,
but hopefully everything is gonna get better for you. Let's hope so.
Girl, this is a wrecking zone, but it's fine. I'm doing laundry in the wrecking zone. I don't even know where Mr. Rubes went. Like, I literally don't know where he is. He's not in the condo. I don't know where he is. He could be
been
anywhere.
Gone for a while?
I think so. Yeah. Like, I think maybe the last hour. I don't know. We drove from the hotel. When I got in the car and he was loading stuff into the car, that's when I got onto the panel. And then I stayed on. I thought I was going to get off, but then he's like, no, just stay. We're just going to drive to the condo. And now I'm doing laundry in the condo, and he went somewhere.
He just went probably to get some fresh air or something. Who knows?
Hopefully. Maybe he's sitting in the car, honestly, because there's not anywhere else to sit because we don't have a couch anymore. So.
Oh, that sucks. It'll get better.
Right? One day.
Right.
One of these days it'll get better.
Be positive. But I'm going to read Dane. So thank you, Dane. He says, go to the bathroom or bedroom and try rubbing. Oh, God. Rubbing your clit. If you're not in the mood for sex, to get turned on instead of freaking out.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks. Just go to the bathroom and rub for a little bit. Like.
All right. And then we have Mr. Know-It-All. Go ahead, Ruby.
Oh, I can't take the phone off the charger. It's at 1%, and I can't find the plug-in charger. So it's on one of those ones that you like, you know, like you put it on and it charges while it's like resting on the pad. So I can't move the phone now because it's at 1%.
Oh, damn.
Yep.
Oh, that sucks.
I know.
Mr. Know-It-All says, I got to roll. Thanks for having me up again. Good night, ladies. Good night.
Good night. Thanks for coming. I needed this. I have not had a conversation about anything other than my disaster situation in 2 weeks. Like, I was just like, oh, it's so nice. So nice to be having a conversation about, like, just stuff. Like, you know, just random stuff. Like, it felt like it was like the good old days, you know?
Yeah, seriously. But I guess we can do our final thoughts and then we can end with our liven up front outro.
All right then. All right.
Okay, so let's see if GC is there. Game Changer, are you there? I knew he was gone.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thanks for coming, Game Changer. Oh, he's there.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, I just got the shower, but I'm here.
So what are your final thoughts about everything?
Yeah, so I guess my closing thoughts is, yeah, definitely sex is highly important in a relationship as received. Now, as time progresses, functionality becomes more important, but in the development phase and throughout, sex is definitely an important part of the relationship.
I think so too. How about you, Ruby? You think it's very important to have sex in a relationship?
I think that sex, I mean, is important. I just don't think that the way that we see sex as being an important, and we got to test out the merchandise first before we buy and all that stuff. I don't think that that's important. And just because, in my personal opinion, you could have like an automatic chemistry with someone and you just both automatically just happen to like and know how to do the stuff that the other person likes and whatever. But I also think that, you know, back in the good old days when, you know, people saved themselves for marriage and stuff, they managed to have totally fulfilling sex lives despite the fact that they didn't even know what the hell they were doing and they had no prior experience with one another. And that had to do a lot more with the health of their marriage and their communication and their bond to each other and their willingness and desire to please each other and to learn what pleases each other than it did about any type of automatic chemistry or automatic knowledge base. So I don't think it's really that important to test out the merchandise or to, you know, have sex be automatically amazing between two people. I think if the communication and the relationship and the bond and all those other factors that are so much more important and lasting really in relationships are on point, and everybody is willing to put their ego aside and are willing to learn how to please each other, that's more important. And if you find that type of attitude in someone, then yeah, even if the sex is whack on day one, on your wedding night, whatever it is, you're gonna figure it out. You're gonna figure out how to have mind-blowing sex together because, you know, it's all about the journey, even in sex.
That's a great point. Well, I think sex is important, but it's not the most important thing in a relationship. Like, there's other things that make a relationship God, I'm so tired. I can't even think. There's other things that make a relationship go. Like what you can do for a person, like a man that leads, a woman that's submissive, financial, caring about a person, having kids and being a great parent. Those things outweigh like having sex all the time, in my opinion. So yeah, sex is important, but it's not the most important thing. That's my final thought. Even though GC said it is, right? First GC is gonna say that.
Hey, I mean, I do think men and women are going to have different priorities overall, especially, when we're a little bit younger. I think, when you think about it though, when you're like 70, 80 years old, right? Forget the fact that there's pharmacology in the little blue pill, right? Eventually, some faculties stop working, okay? Women stay, Sahara dry, men stay limp. So at that time, or in other times where, you can't do it necessarily, what's holding you together? The fact that maybe eventually one day you guys can have great sex again, like, it's, the majority of your day is not going to be spent having sex with each other.
That's
the majority
true.
of the relationship won't. It's going to be all those other things. Like, I don't care if he's got a 17-inch long and blah blah blah, because you know what? I'm going to spend more of my time looking at his face than looking at his D, if we're being honest. So I care a lot more about his face.
Right.
No,
I agree. Wait, I have a question for GC real quick. Are you there, GC? I know GC was busy. You there?
What's up?
All right, so you said sex is important. So what if she's not having intercourse with you, but the head game is on point? Does that make up?
No,
Or
and that's probably more of a me thing, simply because I'm not really wired to ejaculate from head. It rarely works for me. She has to be exceptionally talented in that regard. Um, but no, that's a no.
okay. I know Ruby said that'll work for her. The head is on point and the sex is trash, right?
Yeah, I mean, Ruby's wired that way. I'm just
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, or what if? I remember that woman we had on the panel. What was her name? Not the vibe, the other one. And she said that she's with her husband, but her mouth works great, but she wants to get someone else to please him in the other way. Remember she said that?
I remember.
What's your take on that?
Well, I said it on that episode.
What?
So
You never get tired before the man does.
got you. But that worked for them though. She said he was fine with it.
Yeah,
And he wanted
that's fine. That's not to work for him. You're asking what I would work for me. It's like no.
that won't work for you. So you want the wife to have all of the functions.
I'll accept that, but just the thought that you're outsourcing your sexual duties.
Would you do that, Ruby? From like, let's say you and Mr. Rubes wasn't having sex, and for whatever reason, would you get him a pretty young thing?
Well, I mean, at this point, at least in our relationship, he wouldn't want one. But like, let's say I was, terminally ill, or I was I was literally numb from, the belly button down because, I was paralyzed somehow, or, some other thing that literally makes you literally incapable. In that case, I would be fine with him getting those needs met elsewhere. If he wanted to, right? Like I wouldn't, require it, but I mean, if he wanted to. But that being said, I also don't really care so much about physical cheating like other people do. It's not as high of a priority for me. Like honesty is more important to me. So if he just told me, like literally, if Mr. Rubes came to me right now and said, honestly, we just can't or don't do it as much as I would like to. And I want more variety right now, and there's these two chicks at work and feel like getting head from them or smashing or whatever. I would probably okay that too. So
Yeah, because men are not like women. They have sex and don't get attached how we do. So it's just a smash, you know?
some men.
Some men.
Ruby, before y'all go, and not to change the subject too much, but I am curious about this. Do y'all get weirded out if a guy pulls his he don't take his underwear off, but he puts his penis through the hole in the underwear?
Oh.
Yeah,
not through the hole. That's weird. Like if you're just gonna pull, you can pull your underwear down and take the package out from the top without taking everything all the way off. But if you just pulled it through the hole, that would be weird.
Okay, I agree. That's the solution. I don't do it, and I'm not shooting at the dudes that do it. But it came up in conversations outside of YouTube. It came up in a conversation. And I was like, oh, that's kind of strange. That's kind of strange.
Oh, I thought it was something you did with your girlfriend. I was gonna crack up laughing.
No. I never even thought to do that.
I would think there's something wrong. I would think that you're hiding something. I think that would be my first. Like, do you have like something on your balls you don't want anyone to see, or maybe did you just not wash them today? So you're trying to. I don't know. I would think there's something wrong if you did that. Like the whole package has got to come out, and like you don't have to take the underwear fully off. You can just pull the waistband down to take the package out, but the full package has got to come out, or I'm gonna wonder.
Oh, there go my girl. Hi, Divine. She's real cool.
Oh, hey.
Just curious, ladies. Thanks for having me. I said thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming. I really appreciate it. And you gave your final thought. We all gave our final thought. Yeah. So Ruby is back.
I am.
So exciting. So I guess you can check us out on this coming Tuesday, like we did today. Oh, are we gonna do Thursday too?
I would say we could do Thursday. And I don't know what show topic we'll do, but we could do Thursday. Let's do Thursday. We'll do like a show, an actual show. I don't know how the show's gonna go though, because right now, as far as I know, my laptop is dead and gone. RIP. So, but a topic. We'll pick a topic and everything. Do something proper.
Well, let's definitely do that. Oh, thanks, Divine. She's so sweet. I appreciate you. And make sure you do check out next stream. Thursday will be going live, so make sure you check that out.
Yes. Thursday. Finally, I won't be moving anywhere. I mean, I'm not really somewhere right now, to be fair, but I'm not leaving this somewhere until I go to my house, unless something horrible happens, which is possible. But yeah.
Yeah, let's hope not. I mean, your luck hasn't been that great, but hopefully it gets better.
Right. Fingers crossed, girl. Fingers crossed.
You'll be fine. Like, I have faith. I did pray for you, so you'll be
fine. Thank you.
You're welcome. But thanks, everybody, for coming. We appreciate everybody's support. And check us out Thursday at, 8, 9? I know you're a late one.
Yeah, the later the better for me. So as late as you can manage on Thursday, let's do that.
Yeah, 9 or 10 or something like that. We'll be on live. So check us out. But yeah, see you guys later.
Cheers, y'all.
Cheers. Find it. Here we go.